Okay, here we are. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second edition of the London Blender Day. This time we are doing it live. It's not exactly what we had in mind 1 year ago when we finished the first edition. Last year we were at the crypt in the heart of London, and it was a fantastic location. And when we finished the first London Blender Day, we were all excited and planning the next one. And we had in mind something fantastic going on. We were ready with the new location at the David Game College in London. We were preparing everything, food, drinks, where to go after, sponsors, and all that stuff. But unfortunately, we have been locked down, and we took the decision to do it anyway and do it online. So here we are with our lovely crew of the Blender London user group. And here with me, it's Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Michael over there. So it's Kevin Cook, Michael Payne, Tom Paul, and Andrew Howe. And also I can see Garrett and Mark Luciano being over there. They will present shortly. We'll start their presentation, their talks. Thank you guys for coming, and thank you for all the effort on doing this. So this time we are on Zoom, and we are streaming also on YouTube. We have a bunch of attendees already logged in. Guys, if the chat is closed, but the Q&A session is open, so you can ask your questions there to the organizers or to the presenters. Just ask your questions there, and some of the team, someone from the team will get back to you. You can see the schedule on the blenderlondon.org. You can see the schedule of the presentations. We will have some breaks for coffee breaks, lunch breaks. Chat, I think, will be open then, and you can have a chat and talk. Also, chat is open on YouTube. But because we want to keep the panelists focus on the presentation, we'll keep the chat closed during the talks. So just to see if audio and video is okay. Kevin, all good?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, Alex.
Hi, Kevin. Okay, Michael as well, Thomas, Paul, Andrew. Perfect. Also, as attendee, you have also the raise hand option there. Because you don't have a video, you cannot just raise the hand, but I've seen that Zoom provided that beautiful feature, raising hand, which took me a while to figure out what is that actually doing. But I believe is if some of the panelists or presenters will ask you a question. Let's do a test now. How many of you have been to the first Blender London Day? Raise your hands now. Okay, I see one. Hi, Ian. Okay, one hand up, that's positive, all good. So it works. Thank you very much. And yeah, so it works like that. When one of the panelists want to see, okay, what's going on, how many of you has used EV or whatever, you just is asking you a question and raise your hand up. So that is how it works. because everyone it's at home. I think everyone is presenting from home. It's a very relaxed atmosphere. I have my coffee here with me and the water to keep hydrated. Don't be worried if the doorbell rings and postman comes, or some dog is barking, or whatever. Kids are just stealing your webcam. Can happen. It's not a problem at all. It's a relaxed atmosphere. We are in a difficult situation, like being at home. Unfortunately, we are not together. So these things can happen. It's absolutely fine. Yeah, I think that would be all from me. Let's see if I cover everything. Yeah, raising hand. Well, that's it. Mark, are you ready? It's a bit early, but if you're ready, we can go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to start sharing the screen.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much. I will mute my video feed, and I will mute and turn off the video. So all the screen is yours.
Okay, I'll start sharing the screen then. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, can everybody see that?
I can see that. It's all good.
Okay, so I'm Mark. I'm going to be presenting Blender add-on development and breakdowns to you. So I'll start with why learning Python in the first place. Well, it's used in web development, artificial intelligence, so it's got other uses than just using for Blender add-ons. It's also used in other 3D packages, Maya, Houdini, Substance Designer. So this is the second slide, and I've already mentioned using Maya. It's sometimes even a requirement in the 3D job market. Like I found this on ArtStation. One of the things they ask for is an aptitude in scripting, using programming languages like Max, Script, Python, C#. And Python is an object-oriented programming language. So the class has the car here with methods for refuel, get fuel, and attributes as well. So it's a really good way of bundling a lot of Blender Python operators to a class and then calling them from the menu. Some Python myths, and some people say it's difficult to learn. I would say not compared to C and C++. Python's even taught in some schools to children. And another one's a half myth. Some people say Python's fast. This is kind of true, but in terms of sheer execution speed, C and C++ be a lot faster. And I think that's why some Blender features require special builds and can't be added to Blender via an add-on. Like the cloth brush, for example, was one of them quite recently. And another myth I hear is Blender is written 100% in Python. That's just not true. It's got three main programming languages. C is for Blender startup and shutdown. C++ is the language used for the physics simulations, Cycles render engine, and even third-party render engines use C and C++, like LuxCore, for example. Python's the one they use for a lot of the interface, and a lot of the add-ons for like import and export are written in Python. So before you begin developing add-ons for Blender, I'd recommend opening up Blender Preferences, go to the interface and enable Python Tooltips Developer Extras, and go down to the Add-ons panel. All of these add-ons in the Development tab, they're already within Blender and they're all really handy, like for Icon Viewer and Edit Operator Source. I'll be showing you how to use that in a minute. So this is the first add-on I made for Blender, MakePillow. Not a very imaginative name, I know, but it does what it says. It uses cloth simulation and a force field to generate a pillow. So I'm going to show you how that's made. So the Blender add-on has to have a init.py file, and they're required to make Python treat the directories as containing packages. It's done to prevent directories with a common name, such as a string, from unintentionally hiding valid modules that occur later on in the module search path. It gets a bit technical, but all you need to know is the add-on has to have that init.py file. And the add-on has to have the BL info within the code. That's how Blender finds information about the add-on and where to put it. Like, is it a development add-on, or is it add mesh, add curve? The add-on has to import the Blender Python module. You can also build Blender just as a Python module, but I can't really think of a reason why you need to do that unless you're a mathematician and want to use Blenders for visualizing stuff. And the add-on has to register and unregister its classes as well. So here's an example of BL info. It's got the name, description, what it does, tells you where to find it. It tells the user where to find the add-on. And here's our first class for making the pillow. It's, as you can see here, the BL ID name, that's the one Blender will use for calling the function object of MakePillow. And define the execute function here is, well, just all these Blender operators put in a single class. You'll notice as well, this is one thing that tricked me when I was making it. Line 51 and 57, you'll notice it enters into edit mode. So all these lines before that have to, all the lines after edit mode, they have to be operators within the edit mode of Blender. Then after that, go back into object mode to apply the modifier, because you can't apply a modifier in edit mode. And this is also how it was made. It's literally just copying and pasting in from the scripting tab, which looked a little different when I made it back in like 2.78 or whatever it was. But yeah, you can actually just copy and paste your operators right into the class here. And then when that's finished, it'll tell Blender that the operator is finished successfully. So it's read downwards. Read downwards, and if it reaches the return finished, that means the operator is finished without an error. Then this is a bit Oxer Vision, somebody who came along and added this part to MakePillow. They just put it in the Add Mesh menu with the icon MakePillow. Another thing is the MakePillow icon, ModCloth. If Blender ever changes the name of the icons, it won't to something else, and it's still looking for ModCloth, it won't actually appear in the menu. So that's something to look out for if you're making your own add-on. And this is just it registering the operator, appending it into the menu, and unregistering it as well. So it's how it uninstalls. This is my other add-on, FS Tools, made for working quickly in Fullscreen. I can't really work in Blender without it now. I need it. If I ever have to install Blender on another machine, the first thing I do is go download my own add-on. It works great with other add-ons like HardOps. Even though it's not a hard surface modeling add-on, it still works well with the Hops helper, so you don't ever really need to go into the properties panel anymore. The BL info is mostly the same as MakePillow, just a few differences. It uses a motion tracking pie I got from Sebastian Koenig. The other differences were importing the operating system module and the subprocess module. So that's a Python module that gives a way of handling operating system dependent functionality. If you need an operator to behave a certain way on a certain operating system, you need that module. And the subprocess as well allows the add-on to spawn subprocesses, handle input and output errors, return any error codes from them. So this is the first pie menu that it draws when you press Alt and Q. And when you press Alt and Q, it's just calling the Blender ID name py-empty in it. And then it would spawn this, which is just a py menu with a lot of other py menus within it. Yeah, here's one of my favorite things about it, is the editor menu. Being able to just quickly go from sequence editor, view the editor, or the graph editor, back to the 3D viewport, of course. This is another py menu that's within FS Tools render tools. And sometimes it's easier to break down your operators into classes, because the copy and pasting from before that I showed you, it wasn't working. So what you do is just create a new class, EV ren op for like EV render operator, copy and paste the operator into there, and just kind of repeat the same process for cycles and workbench. And this is it in action. Okay. Here's another one, like some custom operators I added. Yeah, you can actually order food within this operator. I'll just open up Firefox and take you to like order food online in the Google search. Community menu just takes you to the Blender homepage. A few other things. Quick cycles is an operator that just puts all the light bounces really low, which isn't ideal for a lot of things, but it speeds up cycles in preview mode. Yeah, an example of how another operator I had there was the depth of field add. Literally just adds an empty sphere with the name of depth of field. So yeah, you can see that there, line 237. That's the operator for that. And notice it's using the Blender ID name for the class. So py operator add doff is the same as the Blender ID name. So here's some tips and tricks. You can actually copy and paste like a Python command just by right-clicking or left-clicking on some parts of the menu. You'll get this. Just remember to remove the BPY-ops and the brackets as well, because it doesn't need that if you do it that way. Edit operator source is the add-on I mentioned before. Sometimes you right-click on a menu and go to edit source, it'll take you straight to the line of code. It's within Blender. It's sometimes really handy for finding like existing menus that you want to add to your own add-on. And remember to use version control. I use GitHub because, well, it's widely used. It's the first one I use, so I'll just use that. And it's important to use because if you start making changes to your own add-on and you overwrite your own file, and sometimes it doesn't work, then you've still got a good version on GitHub you can still use. So start from that. You should also read up on Blender Python style guide for best practices for coding, just things like using four spaces for indentation, not using tabs, spaces around operators, camel case. I'm probably breaking some of those rules, but okay. Oh yeah, so for this talk, I made an example add-on, kind of combining everything I've just shown. It's available on GitHub, Mark C B3D example add-on. And I think that's actually hard ups or a build tool working through Boolean there. So as you can see, it's just adding a sphere plane and a bevel cube. So it's a cube added with bevel modifiers applied. Well, not applied, but bevel modifiers on it. And here's the classes for that. The Blender ID names object add sphere plane, object add bevel cube. And here's the operators for that. So as you can see, it's copying and pasting again. Kind of a theme here. Adding a plane, scaling up, adding a sphere. You can see it's just anything you want to automate in Blender, you can just copy and paste it usually in there. And I don't know how many people know this as well, but there's templates you can use within Blender in the scripting tab, just Python UI menu simple. That's the one I used for the example add-on and just expanded a little bit on that. So I hope, that example add-on is useful to some people. This is how I register classes. Again, there's probably a better way of doing it, but this works for me. So classes I declare here, simple custom menu, sphere plane. Then I define a register function for that key maps as well. Just do that. And for classes and classes, just register all the classes. And this is adding the key map. So it also shows you the example add-on how to add like Alt and Shift for key maps. You don't have to add it as a key map, but it helps. Because you can actually just call the operator from the F3 search bar as well if you need. Then it's got to unregister as well, so it's just like the same thing in reverse order. So here's some recommended free add-ons of mine. Animation Nodes is the only one you've got to download from GitHub. Modifier Tools is good if you need to apply modifiers on a lot of meshes. Node Wrangler, I've been saying for years this should just be default Blender behavior anyway. It shouldn't need to be an add-on. Bull Tool and Carver are pretty good, free add-ons with Blender for hard surface modeling and loop tools as well. So yeah, recap and conclusion. So we've talked about what makes up a Blender add-on, files you need inside, why the BL info is important. So Blender knows where to put the add-on in the add-ons tab. What to import into the add-on. The thought process behind Pie Menu versus layout, I think I skipped that bit, but when making FS tools, I needed to decide, like, does it need to be a layout menu or a Pie menu? So I thought, well, Pie menus only have like 8 options for you to have. So, but layout menus have like 10 or as many as you can add. How to cheat and copy and paste your way, registering and unregistering and key map handling as well. Okay, so thanks to everyone watching live, the Blender Foundation, all the organizers, everyone who's come here. Here's my links as well if you want to check out my ArtStation, my GitHub, or Twitter. If you have a question after this is all done and over with, probably best to reach out to me on Twitter. The messages are open if you need. So thanks. I hope you've enjoyed my talk. And I think I'm going to have to hand it back to Alex. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mark. It's very interesting. I'm also passionate about scripting, Python scripting, and in Blender. I have a couple of questions for you, but I will keep them for the Q&A session. Everybody in the attendees on YouTube, if you have any questions, please do ask, and Mark will have the answers for you a bit later in the Q&A session when we will do it with other 2 presenters. So I am looking at the schedule. We've been going a bit too fast with this, and then I think we will just make a little break, a coffee break, and Garrett will join us with the next presentation. So yeah, we'll be back very soon. Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, here we are. Back to the London Blender Day. Hi, Garrett, are you here?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, Garrett. Thank you very much. Do you have the video as
It
well?
says-
Let me see. 1 second. Let me check. Garrett.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very
Right.
much. So, Garrett, it's all yours now. The
All mine.
screen.
Excellent. Well, welcome everyone. Good morning and good evening and good night, depending on where you are in the world. Let me share my screen. There we go. Okay. So my name's Gareth. I'm a motion graphics designer. We've got quite a lot to cover today, so I thought I'd just tell you a little bit about me very quickly. I'm going to tell you three things. First thing is Alien. The movie Alien was the first time I ever noticed or was aware of title sequence and how amazing they can be. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but it has these titles that come up and it takes about 2 minutes for the word alien to be revealed. It blew my mind. Well, I mean, the whole movie did, but that was just amazing. I didn't realize what I was doing until much later in life, but I used to record the beginnings of film movies, the opening credits, and just put them back to back on VHS and just watch those over and over again. It was only later in life that I realized I was heading in the right direction with my career. There's something about title sequences that I just love. And lastly, Amiga, which is girlfriend in some languages, but this is the name of probably what is the best computer ever made. It's where I got my start in animation and graphics. And I highly suggest that all of you go have a look at it and videos about it. It's an amazing piece of hardware and software. Right, so my talk is called The Last of the Renderers, and I'm going to be looking at different render engines, obviously, that are used inside Blender. Specifically, we've got Blender Cycles, obviously, and Eevee, which almost everyone will know about. But we've got Pro Render from AMD, Lux Core Render, and Appleseed. And I'll just give you a little bit of story behind this, like how I got into this. I was at a motion graphics meetup in the east of London a few years ago, and most motion graphics people use Cinema 4D, some Macs and stuff like that. And we're just talking renderers, and everyone's V-Ray this and Octane that. And I was like, well, have you heard of Blender for one, and then Cycles? And then I said, you know, there's other render engines. And so a whole conversation started around that. And then I said, well, you know what? I'm going to go back and I'm going to do just some example scenes for you guys to show you what these different render engines do. Well, you know, 2 years later, and I'm still pottering around with these different render engines. It's very interesting. So I thought my talk today would be just to show you what I've done so far, my thoughts and that sort of thing. So sort of little messages up front is, obviously this is going to have a natural bias because I'm skilled in certain renderers and much less so in others, as you'll see. So this isn't going to be a competition type thing about which renderer is better than others. I mean, all of these are very good and they all have strengths and weaknesses, obviously. It's more just a talk about, let's explore that. Well, what does this do? What does that do? If you didn't know about it, well, now you can get some exposure. Maybe it interests you that you want to go have a look at it yourself. And the other sort of thing that I would say is that these are, there's going to be a fair amount of user error with some of the examples I show you. So there's going to be a lot of artists and people who use these other render engines that create stuff that is frankly just incredibly amazing. So have a look at my stuff, and then go have a look at what other people do with these things as well, because it is really impressive. Okay, so to start off with, I'm going to show you my very first render, and this I actually have on my YouTube channel. So this was my first sort of test of what I'm doing, and it's a little video clip, and let me play it for you. Okay, so let me just spool through this. So obviously you can see some of these things will look horrific, like that. RenderMan. This was in Blender 2.79, and I clearly don't know how to do glass in RenderMan. Incredibly powerful package, but my initial reference point was obviously Cinema 4D, which is over here, and it has a gorgeous renderer, and this is just the internal renderer that Cinema 4D has. It's not the Pro Render one. So this was a good start, just getting used to things and that sort of thing. And I then decided, okay, well, let me branch out and let's make something a little bit more substantial. So I took these words, well, these letters, the word render, and had them bashed together. I've got a clip. But basically what I decided to do with this one is just focus on these render engines that you're going to see today, because RenderMan looks like its development is, or its involvement with the Blender plugin that will work in 2.8 has sort of ceased development. So I've decided to leave that aside for now. And, Cinema 4D is great and all, but I really wanted to focus on what I can do inside Blender. So let me just play this clip. Okay, so that's all of it moving. We'll just go now and have a deeper look. Right. Okay, so with all of these comparisons and looks that we have look at now. I'm going to use cycles as the base at which we compare everything with, because I think all of us are fairly familiar with cycles, and then we'll compare all the others back and forth. So I'm going to show a picture of cycles, then say Eevee, then go back to cycles, and then to Pro Render and so forth. So this is the base render I did in here. So it's basically diffuse surfaces with some lights, hard shadow and soft shadow lights. And then the floor slash wall, the cyc, is simple checker pattern with a little bit of bump mapping or normal mapping. And I think I might have put a displacement on there. This was over a year ago. Anyway, so that looks nice. I like the reflections and the shadows, and the motion blur on the R, you can see, looks really nice. So I was like very happy with that. So this is the Eevee render. So obviously this is a year ago. So there's some things like, I know we've got motion blur in Eevee now, so that's not in here. But if I flick between the two, you can see that they are very similar in terms of their lighting, subtle differences, but not too bad. But shadows there's a big difference with how shadows are portrayed. So using Eevee, I find you have to spend a little bit more time on getting your shadows to look how you want them. But the diffuse surfaces are very nice and almost identical, to be honest. Even the floor, if you look at the way the textures and the reflections work, they're very similar. And that from a workflow point of view is great, because you know that if you're working in Eevee for just initial development work, you can rely on what you're seeing to be 80%, 70% of what you're going to get if you're going to do a final rendering cycles. Again, it's just the shadows that you have to be a little bit more aware of. Okay, so we're back to cycles. And now this is the Lux Core render. Now Lux Core, let me just give you a little bit of information. It's used in Blender, but there's plugins for 3D Studio Max, and it also has a standalone program that you can send a scene to and it'll render for you. It's been around for a while. It was initially called Lux Render, and it got forked to Lux Core, and it's open source. So it's fairly mature in its development. And I must say, I really like the render. It has a photographic feel to me. Its aim is to be a sort of photoreal type renderer that's going to give you something that you can use in real life for things like ArcViz and that sort of thing. So if I flick between cycles, that's a cycles render, and that's Lux Core. You can see Lux Core's a little bit dark, and I'll come to lighting a little bit later in the talk, where you have to tweak the lighting a little bit. But I really like the shadows that you get here. So if you look at the D, on the inside of that D, that hole, the way the shadow is, it's got a soft edge, sort of a medium between a medium hard and a soft edge. This Blender's cycles render, it's really hard. And the motion blur is just insanely awesome. So you can see the blur is actually starting to affect the E somewhat, purple E, that is. Whereas on the cycles render, it's not as pronounced. Again, these things can be changed with settings. The floor, you can see I've achieved a better displacement or normal map with cycles than I did with Lux Core. But Lux Core, the highlight at the back just seems a little bit less obtrusive than it does in cycles. Right, next one is Pro Render. So Pro Render comes from AMD, and out of all the ones that I've used, it seems to have the biggest penetration in sort of the professional market. It looks to be partially open source. Reading on their website, parts of the program have been under the MIT license, it looks like. I don't know if everything is, but it's certainly free. it's used in Blender. Obviously, you've got Cinema 4D, Modo, 3D Studio Max, Maya, Houdini, Unity, and loads more, lots of, I think, Creo and that sort of thing. So as a renderer, that if you're going to be in a pipeline where you've got other tools going to be feeding into this, it's a great renderer to use. And then obviously then by default, you've got a bigger community of resources to look into with this renderer. So if we look at the comparison, again, it gives a very nice render. And actually, for me, it feels it's the closest to Cycles. You know, in terms of lighting and the look and feel, you know, that's Cycles Pro Render. You'll see in some of the later images I'll show you a very similar thing. Again, the motion blur is very nice. Maybe not as nice as LuxCore's, but it's certainly out there. I seem to remember battling a little bit with the node setup to recreate this floor. More or less got it, but it's not quite like Cycles. Right, and the last one is Appleseed. So Appleseed is also an open source renderer. I would call it, it's a very small community, but a very active community who use it. And I wouldn't quite call it production ready yet. It's used in some production packages. Gaffer is one of them, which is used in the film industry a lot. And there's a plugin for 3D Studio Max and Maya. But I think, and there's a standalone renderer as well for it, piece of software. I think generally, if it is being used in the professional environment, I think there's some support around it, people who are very close to the devs or that sort of thing. Certainly from a user point of view, it's very interesting to play around with it, because quite often on the forums, I'll upload a render and you get the people who are working on the code commenting and asking for scene files and that sort of thing. So it's a small close-knit community, which is quite nice. I enjoy that. As you can see from the image, I sort of battled a little bit. Well, the node setup is very different to Cycles and Eevee and that sort of thing. So, and they don't have support for displacement yet, so the floor is flat. But it creates a really crisp render. It's a CPU-based render as well, whereas all the others use GPU. And if I flick between the two, you can see I didn't manage to get the depth of field working. It does have support for it, but didn't get it working in this render. Right, so where are we going to next? Okay, so I'm going to spend a lot more time on these things. So I thought, you know, what would be a good idea is to actually look at sort of separate the texturing and the nodes and the shading from the lighting. So I did a bunch of grayscale renders. You can see all 5 of them here in a sort of collage. So let's dive into that. Okay, so there's your Cycles render. A bunch of bottles on a wall with a floor. It's like a wood. You'll see it's wood at the back. So the very first thing I noticed when doing this render, and it helped a lot, is the lighting setup does change quite dramatically between the renders. So doing a grayscale render, if you're going to be combining different renderers into a final comp, it's quite a good idea to do this sort of thing first. So if I go to Eevee, you can see the drop in shadow definition is quite massive. If you look at the tops of the bottles, you can see the lighting more or less stays the same. So the warm top light and the blue coming from the side is more or less the same, but where things get lost is in the definition of the shadows. I might have had the HDR on here a little bit hot, but basically what I've tried to do is try to stick to the same settings and then tweak from there. So definitely with Eevee, I would need to spend more time making sure I get the shadows working. And maybe use a separate pass for compositing to bring that shadow, that sort of shadow look in a little bit more. Back to cycles. So interesting now, so this is Lux Core. So Lux Core will use your the lights that have been set up for cycles if you want to. So when I switch between the two, there is almost no difference. I mean, apart from some grain, but that's just a rendering thing. So that is incredibly useful. So if you want to switch across to Lux Core from cycles, you're going to end up, and you don't have to do much to your lights at all. I did in the next render switch off the cycles lights. So I'm now using the Lux Core settings for the lights. And it's a little bit brighter. I had to tweak it a little bit to bring it down. And it loses some of the warmth from the overhead lights. But by and large, Lux Core treats the sort of scene lights that you got from cycles really nicely. And here's Pro Render. So now again, if I switch between cycles and Pro Render, very evenly matched. I did have to do some tweaking to the lights, but the one thing which I really liked about Pro Render is it seems to be better at giving you some hard edge shadows. Again, something you can do in cycles, but if you just switching from one render to another, it's quite nice just to have that as a default. So you can see on the wall especially, you get that second drop down shadow coming from the top lights. So this is Appleseed. So again, not that much difference. The only thing I noticed, and you'll see it in the color renders now, is there seems to be almost like a Fresnel effect that's happening on everything. So you've got nothing on the edge. If you look at the edge of the bottles, and I switch to Appleseed, you can see that the highlights show up there. All right, so let's show you all this stuff in color now. So this is the cycles render. Now, every time I render in cycles, it's amazing. It's gorgeous. And the node setup in cycles is, although we're missing some nodes, it is very artist friendly and super flexible. You can really just dive in and get something that you want out of it. This is Eevee. So yeah, that glass doesn't look right. So obviously Eevee being a real-time renderer, glass is still one of those hurdles it's got to get through properly. There's lots of caveats. So I would probably try to do glass through compositing with Eevee. But just to show off Eevee's flexibility, I mean, it's just amazing. All those diffuse and glossy surfaces are just amazing. It's incredible. And for me, Eevee is the future of rendering for me. The motion graphic designer, to be able to render so quickly. You know, okay, I'm going to lose something, but I gain more with Eevee than I lose. Cycles again. All right, so this is Lux Core. It might look a little bit grainy. I don't know if you're going to see that through the feed, but Lux Core gives an amazingly photo real render. So that's cycles, and that's Lux Core. So the glass especially just looks absolutely gorgeous. It deals with the displacement nicely. It's got a good set of nodes itself, and they're missing some, but by and large, it's really good. It can use some of Cycle's nodes as well, which is nice. And of course, it's quite a slow render, but not too bad. Okay, so here's Pro Render. Now, Pro Render, I started to, again, it looks nice, not as nice as the others, but I'm just showing you a sort of broken render here. So the displacement, although it works, I started to get weird artifacting happening. So what I did is I just removed the displacement and did a render with just the glass with normal mapping and that sort of thing. And it looks really, really nice. The lighting might be a little bit too hot compared to Cycles. So there's Cycles and there's Pro Render, but by and large, it looks amazing. I really like the subtle displacement that happens from the normal map in the glass. Right, and lastly is Appleseed. So Appleseed, being a CPU renderer, took longer, obviously, and I'll show you some stats now. The noise was an issue. And this is where I'd say experience probably would help. On the edges, I sort of got that Fresnel effect started to show up as almost as render errors for me. So I'm definitely going to put this image onto the forum and see what I can do to improve this, make it look really nice. Incidentally, Appleseed doesn't have support for displacement yet, so we'll get, hopefully that will come shortly. Right, so timings, that's Cycles for you. That's 1 hour, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Eevee, 3 minutes. I mean, that's, you know, for what you're getting, 3 minutes is amazing. Yeah, incredible. LuxCore, 4 hours. Now, incidentally, this is rendering on my laptop. So this is just a Dell, a couple of years old laptop, 1080 graphics card and an i5 7th gen processor. But the CPU renderer in here isn't great. I think it's hampered by cooling. So 4 hours for the LuxCore render, which took a while, but it was particularly good. Pro renderer, interestingly, was 23 minutes. So it's a very, very efficient renderer. So from a production point of view, if you've got a renderer that's 23 minutes as opposed to 1 hour, that's a big saving. And if you can use it in different packages, it's a very good option if you're going to be working in a diverse workflow environment. And that's Appleseed, 18 hours, 25 minutes and 19 seconds. I don't think that's entirely accurate because, again, like I say, my laptop has a problem with CPU rendering. It seems to be held back. And it was an i5, it's not an i7. But CPU rendering is a very good option for people who have massive render farms that exist already, or you've got bandwidth or memory issues with rendering to a GPU card, and your memory limits will exceed what the GPU can do for you. So Appleseed from that point of view is very, very useful. All right, I don't know, how much time do I have left? Is there any more time, Alex, or is it time for me to give the platform back to you?
A couple of minutes, Garrett.
Okay.
It's okay, no problem.
All right.
Thank you.
So this is, I just want to quickly show you the multipass, because this for me is very useful and for a lot of sort of VFX and that sort of thing. This showing you the different multipass renders that the different packages can do. So this is Cycles, and it gives you a really nice set of multipasses, and it's got AOVs now, which is really useful. So that's this little gray one down in the bottom right-hand corner with the cloak in black. So you can, in your node setup, split off different passes that have different parts of your material setup. It's quite useful. Eevee is still limited somewhat. It's got some of the basics, and over time it'll get some more. These black areas will be passes that are there, but you know, you can't see them because you've got to put it through some nodes. LuxCore has, and again, has a nice set of render passes for you to attack. ProRender, I would say, has the most. Doesn't have AOVs in the way that Cycles does them, but it has it does spit out a huge amount of information for you to do stuff with. And lastly is Appleseed. Again, also gives you quite a lot of passes to deal with. All right, so that's it. That's my talk. If you need to get hold of me, there's my details on the screen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put all these images up on my website so that you guys you know, because you might quite rightly not see everything properly on the talk from the stream. So if you want to have a closer look with, you know, on your own time, I'll put all the images up there for you guys to have a look. And please feel free to throw me some questions either now or after the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was so in-depth, so much stuff, so much analysis. And I admire your patience on rendering for
Yeah, that's
so
what
long.
took years.
That's fantastic. Well, yeah, very, very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see if Mark would like to join us as well. I will switch the view and see if I have any questions. I don't know if there are any questions on YouTube, Thomas or Kevin. Hi again, Mark. I would have one question for Mark. How was for you to do the transition scripting wise from Blender 2.7 to Blender 2.8?
Wasn't too difficult for MakePillow. MakePillow was quite easy, just I guess because of just how simple it was. But for FS tools, the icons that I used, because the name of the icons changed from version 2.79 to 2.8, yeah, that was a problem that I had to figure out how to, you know, migrate it over.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't too difficult. If I was able to make it in 2.7, I could do it again in 2.8.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I have a question for Gareth actually. I was wondering, you've done a lot of research in render engines, and you seem to have quite an extensive knowledge of it. I was wondering, what would you like to see added to cycles? What's the feature that you'd 100% would like to see?
I think the one thing which I would love to see is more a bigger focus on NPR, a lot of realistic rendering, and but I think actually Eevee probably can take that, you know, and leave cycles for more the photorealistic stuff. I think what I would like for a lot of these render engines is when we went to that PBR approach, our render times shot through the roof. So I come from a time when the old ray tracing engines, you had to spend a lot more time with your lighting to make it look nice.
Yeah.
You could get low single digit renders per frame. Whereas with a lot of these ones, unless you have a lot of GPUs or CPUs, you know, PBR is just naturally more time consuming. So it would be great if we had a solution where, you know, I'm going to do a title for a TV show. It doesn't need to have all the secondary bounces, which you can switch off and stuff, but I would love a sort of very pared down sort of mode for cycles. That would be my number one.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting because I've there's something called Blin's law. I think it's called Blin's law. Might be getting that wrong. But it's I think the guy who made it was Jim Blin, who also made the shading model.
Yes, yeah.
And he said that when they first rendered Toy Story, one frame could take about 10 hours, right, to render. But Blin's law says that even 20 years, 50 years in the future, a frame should always take 10 hours to download. That should be consistent throughout. So the faster the render engine renders come, the faster the hardware, becomes, the quality has to go higher as well, and thus has to balance through.
Yes. Yeah, there is a strong motivation to always use the power that you can. And I mean, I've been doing animation for over 20 years now, since the early 90s. And yeah, you know, your render times never stop. You never stop rendering through the night. You just always are trying to get that high-end quality look, you know. So yeah, in a way, he's right, you know.
Gareth, there's a question from Ian McGregor.
Yes.
And he asks, if we were to rank the renderers based on quality of still images, would the ranking change for quality of animations? Is there a difference between a still and animation in terms of ranking?
Oh, well, for me as a motion graphic designer, I would say yes, because our, you know, LuxCore, for example, as a still image really spits out something quite special. But for animation, I think your requirements are a little bit different because everything is so fleeting. So even if you want to get a good balance, that's where ProRender might be a good choice, because now you've got 23-minute renders as opposed to 4 hours. So you know that you know, and time is money if you're making a short film, a long film. But from a motion graphics point of view, I'm going to know I'm going to get enough quality that I might go, okay, I'm going to use ProRender or even Cycles as opposed to Lux. Probably be Eevee.
Yeah, I have a question for you as well, Gareth. Or a question, yeah, it's you answered it in a way already, but it's nice to see that you pick up render engines like maybe a photographer would do with certain types of film and the camera. And for you, because I know in the industry probably time is money, but for personal projects, do you have a preference for a certain look of a renderer?
Yeah, I like a photographic approach. I mean, that's how I sort of got into these things, is through photography. And so I like the ability to deal with things from exposure point of view and that sort of thing. And there are some really nice tools that enhance that inside Blender. But I always want to be able to go in and tweak things afterwards, you know. And that's, I guess, the darkroom analogy. So the renderer can give you your photo. That's almost like snapping with your button on the camera. But then the real magic with photography often happens in the darkroom. So that's, for me, would be the compositing stage. So throwing it into the composite.
Very nice.
Effects, and then all your passes going, all right, I want to push this up, maybe pull the shadows down, enhance the reflections, that sort of thing. Yeah, I'd like to approach it from a photographic point of view.
And have you ever tried like game engines such as Unreal for rendering?
No, but I follow a couple of people on Instagram and watch on YouTube. I see some of the stuff that people are doing in those engines are really amazing. And seeing what the PS5 is going to be possible to do with Unreal, and you know, yeah, and I think Eevee is in that same world, is the real-time rendering. And I say real-time for Eevee in inverted commas because quite often, like that render I did was 3 minutes, but you know, compared to everything else, it's essentially like real-time. You know, you're just pushing your quality levels up for that final render. But yeah, I'd be very keen to see what happens, how Unity and Unreal works. And I'm quite keen to experiment with it because I think Unreal, it has a sort of, they are pushing themselves into the film world and sort of not just for games, you know, use it for visualization and, you know, visual effects or set replacement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other questions? I think there are not any more questions.
I might have
Yeah.
a small question for Mark.
Sure.
I was wondering, for someone starting with Python, what tutorials would you recommend, or sites? Or
Okay, well, maybe automating stuff with Python. There's a book for that, and I think Curtis Salt, he's just released a video tutorial about Blender Python as well. Should check that out and there's another one from, I think, Blender Foundation themselves. They were doing Blender roast add-ons or add-on roasts. So there's probably some good information there that I would check out as well.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's Curtis Holt and the Blender Foundation. Okay, nice. Noted. Okay. Okay, then I think we will take a short break, a coffee break. Let's see. I think I put on the chat for the attendees as well. And let's take like a 15 minutes break. And then we will back with Dimitar, who will talk about how Blender is used for architecture. Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Cool.
Okay, here we are. We're back. Let's see if Dimitar is here. Hi, Dimitar.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you very well, and I can see you. Right. So if you are ready, all the screen is yours. I will mute myself and see you in a bit.
All right, let's get started. Can everybody see my screen?
I can see that, yes.
Okay. All right. So hi, everybody. I'm Dimitar. I'm going to be talking about how Blender is used within architectural design. So I just want to talk a little bit about me so you have a familiarity with the kind of concepts that I'm going to be presenting. So I'm a architect registered in the US with an MArch from the AA school in London. I did the DRL program with Patrick Schumacher, and I did my BArch in Philadelphia. I run UH Studio and the Associated Design Academy. You can find me on youtube.com/UHstudio. And I currently work as a designer at HOK in London. And we typically deal with large projects, mixed use, towers, sport and entertainment, cultural, and urban design. And I tend to get involved a lot in the concept design phases. And I also do tend to lead to be the design lead in all phases of some projects as well. So Blender. What Blender offers, I think we all know it probably in this meeting what it offers, but essentially poly modeling, non-destructive modifiers, animation, rigging, video editing, VFX, rendering, but what's important for architecture design is poly modeling, non-destructive modifiers, and some of the animation techniques. So about poly modeling, in Blender, the poly modeling toolset is quite extensive. So it's very useful for architecture design, and it functions quite quickly and efficiently to create pretty complex massings. Subdiv is amazing. It's a mixed world between pure poly modeling and NURBS modeling because we can still have a rough mesh and do some amazing stuff with a pretty rough mesh. So for me, it's actually like digital sculpting. And modifiers are quite important as well because they allow us to quickly produce pretty complex things without having all the time to go through Grasshopper. So for me, it's kind of the halfway point between explicit modeling, like in Rhino, and parametric modeling, like in Grasshopper. So this is something you can find the video actually on YouTube, and it's something that I did in 10 minutes, and it's only using modifiers. So it's completely non-destructive workflow. If we want to take that to the next level, we can use the excellent add-on called Tissue to produce a facade completely in Blender as well. And oops, so these are some iterations, some tessellations done with Tissue, some more. And actually, I thought I've presented this project before, but I thought because this is online and whoever's paying attention is probably a little bit more, wants to get a little bit more in depth. So I can do a quick demo of exactly how this project works. So for information, it started as in Blender. This is the initial sketch so it's for a facade for an arena. And then I modified a series of elements in Blender to get the right sort of massing, for which the lines were exported, the bottom, the middle, and the top, and then the rest is done in Grasshopper. So I'm going to jump over now and show you. Right, so this is the sort of model. So it's kind of baked already, but essentially we get this. So from here, I go and I select, in the case that I did what I was doing there, I exported 3 edge loops, and here they are isolated. And then the next step was to bring them into Grasshopper. So let's see if I can turn off the actual composition. and show you how easy it is to actually work in between them. And that's important because within architecture, many people know Rhino and Grasshopper, but not many people know Blender. And it can actually be used very seamlessly and be added as an extra step within the architecture design process. So if we get these curves, so you can see these are slightly different curves. I actually was looking for it, but I couldn't find the right massing that I used in this Grasshopper definition. Anyway, so here are the 3 curves, and then we play with them a little bit. And then all it is a series of subdivisions in different parts of the model to get our structure. So for example, you can see here, this is the bottom bit. This is sort of a translucent element. And it's subdivided in 2 ways. One, I was trying to experiment whether it goes directly down and it's more horizontal and directly vertical. And actually this highlights one element why it tends to be quite important to go through Grasshopper, even if we're using Blender, because if we're doing this completely in subdiv, we're going to end up with something looking like the thick pipes that end up over here, which is not necessarily the way that we would build something. We usually would go vertical. So we can use the surfaces, the meshes that we get from Blender, and then interrogate them further in many different ways, like with intersections within Blender, or in this case, like I'm showing within Grasshopper. Right, so then we have horizontal bands. So different ways to address that. Or in this case, let's see if I find it, we have sort of an even subdivision of frames constructed from 3 points, right? So a point along the top curve, a point along the middle curve, and a point along the bottom curve. So this sort of shapes the structure of the panels on the facade. And then along with that, we have some actual patterning. And you can see those are like nicely and evenly subdivided between those. And I won't show the whole process, but essentially what we end up with is something like this. So you can see how easy it is to go from one process to the other. Now, going back to the presentation. Yeah, so tissue is the other important thing, and it's really easy to get started with. So I actually thought, let's go and do a complete concept together. I don't know how much time I have. I think I should have enough. So I've prepared a file already. So we got this file here. So what I did is I went and downloaded an image from Google Photos. This is Paddington Basin. It's right next to Paddington train station, which is the main train station that you take in case you're coming into London from Heathrow. And I cycle past here every day during non-lockdown times. It's been a while now, but within it, I thought, okay, there's a couple of sites with some old buildings that I've been looking for quite a while. And, you know, this area is up and coming, but what if we take one of those and we do something crazy? I mean, in reality, maybe the mass will be quite different, but for the purposes of doing something fairly quickly, this is what we can come up with. So first thing to do is start with a very simple mass. And I always like to work with mirror sites, so we have as few vertices as possible. So I'm going to add a modifier. Make sure we're mirroring around the correct axis. Get rid of this edge. So it's just a shell because we're only concerned with the facade for this step. All right, so now we can just extrude this. Maybe it will be helpful if I turn on some hotkeys so you can see exactly what I'm doing. And yeah, so this is really what I love about using Blender in my workflow daily, is that once we have a simple box, we can go ahead and just drag and drop vertices to start to give our massing some shape. Maybe we add a loop cut somewhere, and maybe we pull some of these vertices back, and maybe we want to sort of address the fact that it's going maybe quite high, and we don't want it to block all the light for everything around it. So we want to make this slightly thinner. The same with the bottom. Maybe we want to make this slightly thicker when it comes down. So I'll grab some faces and I'll just move them out ever so slightly. And if it looks too alien, that's okay, because we can always just go and drag some of these vertices And if you want to make it smooth, we can always subdivide it. So I'm going to add a subdivision modifier. And if it's too smooth, and let's increase that to 2. Let's go and make some of these. Let's make him sharp. So if we crease them, they become something like this. And we can play with the shape as much as we want, you know, and it's an architecture design is an iterative process. We never get it right from the first time. That's why we usually need a tool that's really quickly and helps us iterate through various designs as quickly as possible. Okay, so let's say we're kind of happy with this design. I'm not very happy, but I think it will do for the limited time. So once we have this, oh, I see I made it much taller before. Let's see, how tall is this building? Let's apply the scale. Go back 40 meters. It's all right. Let's make it a little bit taller. Why not? Let's go to 50 meters. And yeah, as you can see, we can constantly tweak things to make it look right. I mean, with some of the more intricate masses, that's the most important thing, is how do we sculpt this in a beautiful way that looks good with all the angles and it works well with the necessary program. Right, so now that we have a simple massing, we can do a number of things. We can export, let me just duplicate this. Let's move this out of the way. So I'm going to apply all the modifiers. All right, so we're left with a mass like this. So we can actually extract all these lines, bring them into Rhino, into Grasshopper, and create a very smooth surface. I mean, when we're doing towers, it actually is very easy because all we're doing is lofting between all these surfaces. So it's a very easy process. The way to do that is to, it's Control, Alt, and click to select an edge ring, and then we would go to Select, Loops, Edge Loops, and then Control-I to inverse all the horizontals, X edges. And now we have very nice and clean vertices. So if I export these now, I just want to make sure that I put this back in the center. File, can see it. File, export, OBJ. So there's different ways to work in between Rhino and Grasshopper. OBJ is the simplest way. Just call it N3. Make sure selection only is clicked. And now if we open the model in Rhino, so I have a little starter pack. Turn everything off. And then I need to find this now. Tower. And 3. Okay, so here are our lines. Now in Rhino, they come as simple lines. So if we select all of them, Control J to join them, they're simple lines now. Now so to remake this surface, I have a script here set up, but it's actually really simple, even with the new scripts. If I go and select curve, now the only important thing is to make sure that we select all these in order. And I usually with massings like these, we don't even need to work on both sides because it's symmetrical. It makes everything a little bit easier to work with. So set multiple curves. We select these in order. Oops. All right, and now we would loft. And usually there's some errors because some of these are going backwards and forwards. I won't go through it, but there's a very simple way to get rid of that, which is basically drawing a curve somewhere and then using that curve to see where this is as a guide that flips all the curves. This may already be getting a little bit too technical. Let's see now. Flip curve. Oh, these are going the wrong way. Anyways, it does work. I'll show you actually in the already built up script. So if I go in here now, let's see where this go. Plug this. It may take a second to build up, but in this way, we can actually leverage some of the advantages that we have with this sort of really nice computational phase. And we get first a nice surface that if we want to, we can even bring into Revit now. And we can also do different things. Like, for example, the shape changed quite a bit, but I can show you in a better example here. Some of these lines, so some of these tessellations. And then when we're ready, we can actually bring it back directly into Blender. Now, the other thing that's also quite important with architecture is that we have nice subdivisions for panels. So if we look at this massing, yes, it's nice. But if we look at, let me look at a baked version of it. So if I copy it and apply all the modifiers, right? So in reality, we would never get a window that looks like that. So we need a different way to create our windows. So what I do usually in Grasshopper is I use these lines the exact way that I showed you, and then I subdivide them in such a way that, let's say, I think in here I have a 0.5 meter height, and these are 4.2 meters. So you see, we actually get less and less panels the higher we go up in the building. That makes sure that our facade actually works in regards to having proper sizes for paneling. Once we have this, we can then use tissue. So let's duplicate that here. And I have some panels here which are very simple. So if I click this element and this element over here, and we go to tissue, tessellate, and all of a sudden, whoops, that went in the wrong direction. We have something that looks very nice and very convincing. And as you can see, this workflow is fairly fast. And if I go back to the presentation, and I use it everywhere, actually not in these first two examples, not here either, but here. So both of these maskings were done with tissue and with subdivision. In fact, you can see that this one is not subdivided properly. I did leave it just as the mesh subdivision, which goes down. In this case, it was more of a stronger effect that I wanted to accent, how this element really comes down and comes up. And in here, this is a simple mesh. So this comes directly from Blender. It's actually done all within Blender. And this is something completely different. Well, let's talk about that actually a little bit as well. So this is a house, and if you ask an architect how long it takes them to design a house that they think they'll live in, they'll tell you forever. So this is kind of, I think I started in 2017, and I go on and off. It was something that was started with the golden ratio. So each room is, if you imagine the golden ratio of the square and the little rectangle, the relationship between one of the large rooms with one of the smaller rooms everywhere is that sort of golden ratio relationship, moving with it. However, doing this only Rhino in plan and then bringing it up in Blender and thinking about more the proportions of space, not just in plan, but in all proportions, really helps me design faster. I'm not very good at rendering, so this image took me a long time, and I don't think it's ready in any shape or form yet, but it is a design tool that helps us visualize space much quicker. This project was a really fun one. And talk about this, talked about morphing. Right, so I want to talk a little bit about the resources that are available for architectural designers that wish to use Blender. So there's a Facebook group called Blender for Computational Design. And if you search for it on Facebook, or if you type this URL, you'll find it. And in it, you'll find a lot of links that are relevant with relevant courses and videos. And then there's a fairly new website called community.osarc.org, which is headed by Dion Mote in Australia, who writes a wonderful plugin. It's called BIM plugin for Revit, actually. So it plays really well with some other open source tools like FreeCAD. And then there's also UH Studio, which is my website where I post tutorials, as well as on YouTube. I just want to show you a little bit about the Facebook group, because it's becoming quite an important part of sort of thinking about Blender and architecture and computational design community. And you can see some of the images, some of the questions that are being asked. Some of them are more artistic. A lot of them are still quite architectural. So the discussion is quite good and quite fruitful, and relates to how we can push Blender within the architecture community to create better designs quicker and more iteratively. So that's it for me. Thank you all for getting up early or late wherever you live in the world. And I do have a course. I've been planning this for a long time. I think I'll finally get a chance to do it in a few months. I would need to have a specific number of people that are kind of committed to it, at least on a mailing list, so I know I'm not wasting my time. So if you do happen to be interested, you can sign up for it with using this code here. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Dimitar. Wonderful presentation. Thank you for sharing all the knowledge, and thank you for doing all the great quality tutorials on YouTube. They are extraordinary, and I'm sure a lot of the things that you have presented here shortly in a brief time are explained in your tutorials on YouTube. Okay, now let's see what we got next. We have Tom Paul. Our Tom Paul will be talking shortly in about like 7 minutes. Tom, do you want to have a short break, or you want to start now? How
I can wait.
how do you feel? Okay, let's wait a few minutes just to keep in the schedule, and then yeah. So see you in like in 5 minutes or so. Okay. Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Tom
Let me
Paul.
try and share my screen.
Yes, please.
So you can share a window, right?
Yes, if you want to share only one window, you can share a window.
Ah, excellent. So I'll do that here. Share. Can you see that?
I can see that.
Oh, that's the wrong
Wonderful.
window. Those are my notes.
No problem.
Let me share this. Okay, so it's screen 1, share. Can you see that?
I can see something.
Well, what does it say?
It says Blender Word is ready to controlled.
Okay, so it wasn't my notes before. I was just
Yeah,
I just saw something different. Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
it's good.
Okay, let me a good look around. Yep. Yep. All right. I'm ready when everyone is. Yeah.
Go.
Well, okay. So this is my first time presenting to such a large amount of people. I haven't done it before, and I'm very stressed out right now, but I'm going to try my best. So before coming to the event, I have had a kind of like a presentation lesson, and what they taught me over there was that to know your audience, to actually know who they are, what they do. So maybe in the chat, you could all say like if you're how you use Blender. So do you use it for games? Do you use it for film, architecture? Anything surprised me, and yeah, I'll check it out. So Blender, worth its weight in gold. First of all, who am I? My name is Thomas Paul. That's my artist name. It's my first name and my middle name, but my full name is Thomas Paul Murin. The reason why I just put Thomas Paul is because no one remembers Murin, or sometimes can't even pronounce it. But you can pronounce it however you like. Really, it's just a difficult thing to do. I'm a 3D prop artist. I've been designing in 3D for quite a while now. And I'm currently studying at a university called Escape Studios. I've just passed my bachelor's and I'm heading into master's now. So my first ever program was Maya. I feel like I'm gonna get slaughtered here, but yeah, that was my first program. It's Maya 7. This was back in 2007 or 6. I can't remember too well. But yeah, this is what it looked like. It looked god awful. I don't know if that version had even solid mode, which is mad. A lot of game companies tried switching from like Maya to 3ds Max because they didn't have any solid mode, which is pretty mad. But then I tried looking around, tried to talk to someone about 3D and about why I used it in the first place, how I could use it, and someone whose name I can't remember too well, but I'll call him Nathan for now. They recommended me Maya. I remember he was like looking around for books and stuff like that, and he told me. Yeah, I used Maya because it was the industry standard. A little bit about that little later on. But yeah, this was the UI back in 2007, and it's strange because a lot of games as well. My professional experience is in video games mostly. They had amazing UI, but for some reason these softwares were still stuck in that kind of like very basic, very generic UI. Of course, it's because it was mostly developed by developers, by programmers. So I I tried Maya out quite a bit, but then I found out I had a lot of issues with it. So I went back to Nathan and I said, look, I've got a lot of issues with Maya, and the community is not incredible at answering that, especially at the time that the internet wasn't super great with answering 3D questions. And he said, okay, well, I've got another thing that you could try out. And he looked through like some CD cases, and he gave me the CD with a Blender inside of it. Yeah, and since then, I went home, booted it up, and yeah, I hated it. I mean, you know, no icons, except, you know, the little ones down there. The viewport was very spacious, which was nice, but I had no idea where to begin with. So I searched it up, and I found this site, which is when I first started in 2.43. This is what it looked like: very dark, very broody. Showed some headlines, some the community. It gave a lot of like tutorials there in the tutorial scene. They had a features and gallery page, which is so cool. Sorry, bear with me. And I remember very strongly in the gallery page, there was this amazing render of a lion. Really cool mechanical lion. I don't know if anyone will remember that, but that really got me started with the Blender render engine. So yeah, and it's strange because it was in fashion, because back then the Maya website looked like this, which was also dark and broody. But yeah, who turned off the lights? I guess it's a great analogy showing how much CG representation has changed during the years. They've gone from like a kind of like a down in the dark basement kind of level to much more, you know, the past are dark, dusty conference rooms with old people and spotty headed nerds talking about ray casting, and now we have clean lit rooms with suited young representatives talking about ray casting. But yeah, then the 2.5 change happened, huge revolution. And it was the way ahead. It was really way ahead of its time in retrospect, and stayed there for like 11 more years until 2.8 came out. So what were the fruits of that labor? What were the fruits of me getting into this program and trying to work it out? Well, loads and loads of assets, actually. I've grown into loving 3D prop art, and especially for video games, for a real-time environment. I became a big fan of it. I used to do a little bit more character work before, but now I'm a lot more concentrated in environment. And yeah, all of this using Blender, never veering from Blender. Always trying my best to kind of learn more about the software, and even learning new things. Even today, I learn a new thing, which is yeah, it's crazy. The software just keeps on giving, and the community is crazy. So yeah, if there weren't any updates on the vanilla software, there were new add-ons hitting the forums. But Blender didn't just give me a lot of assets, it also gave me a job. So I'll be talking quite fast through this section. I'm so pressed for time. A lot of this is this whole presentation was meant to be shown in Sweden. It was meant to be shown to a company I'm very fond of, and it was I want to kill two birds with one stone. This was kind of like a show-offy video CV, but also kind of a, you know, how I use Blender as well. So yeah, that's why it kind of seems a little bit like this is me, this is my work. But yeah, I first started in Ubisoft Singapore. I was very, very, very lucky to have people in the family who knew other people. Contacts is everything. But I learned about how Blender was just unknown in the industry at that time. Everyone I showed it to, a lot of people just didn't know what the software was. I reckon I'd say I was the very first person to open it in Ubisoft Singapore. But you know, don't quote me on that. So next off was Frame Store in London, which was also a very lucky break. But this time it was from a tutor. Tutor came back to me and said, "Hey, I might have a little opportunity for you to become a runner at Frame Store." And of course, I was ecstatic, and I really, really wanted to try it out. And yeah, it was an incredible experience that I really just don't regret to this day. Then I went into looking for a job myself in a way, still through contacts from the family. There was a person called Mark Montgomery who recommended me to his company, which was Vision Free, where I learned how to develop augmented reality, virtual reality, X reality, research and development, basically. Yeah, it was quite fun. I learned a lot about those. I learned a lot that I didn't want to work in those, but I still continued on and got into engineering. I got into this company who asked me what could I do for the company. I told them, well, I learned how to do augmented reality applications. So they asked me, oh, cool. Could you make an augmented reality application for us that works on the iPad? And I said, yeah, sure. So I gave it a go. Took me about like 2 weeks. We created like this building, and you could create a cross section in the building and see like the different rooms and stuff in there, while using like Google Maps to actually be able to have a good view of the environment that it was going to be put in. And I remember they put me in a room and told me, okay, we really like the application. We were wondering what else could be done with this. And I said, well, maybe even using GPS coordinates, we could actually be able to get people on a helicopter, for example, take their iPads out and be able to see the building on the actual site. And one of them, I remember, like, I think one of them just came up and says, what, like Avatar? Precisely. So yeah, that was my time at Morris Rowe. And one of the first times I got an award as well for digital innovations, which was such a proud thing. I think I got like with that I got a hotel for two like award as well with it, which I never used. I don't think I ever used that. But yeah, as I said before, I went into Escape Studios afterwards, and from there I started my undergrad. I restarted my undergrad course because I was in Bournemouth before, and I was really pleasantly surprised by Escape Studios. This is in no way I'm not kind of like promoted by them or whatever, but it's a fantastic university, especially if you want to get into animation, film, or games. Yeah, check it out. It's brilliant, and it's in the heart of London. So you're 5 minutes away from Frame Store, from Double Negative, and all of that. Really great. So yeah, what I would recommend for anyone, like, I know this is a very kind of game-specific slide, game-specific slides, but I want to kind of talk about what first got me into games in the first place, and what I would recommend to do in the future if you want to get into the video game scene or the industry. I'd highly recommend going to game jams. I think I'm at my 11th game jam now. The last one I did was the Unreal Spring Jam with a few of my university colleagues. We've got like this whole little like Discord group where we just create loads of assets, and there's never a dull moment. We're always kind of making something new. Yeah, we subscribe to game jams, which was a lot of fun. The last one we created was it was like a scene where two characters would fight alongside each other, and the ice would break, and you'd have to like break the ice enough so that the other character falls into lava. Yeah, it was quite fun. The only game jam I won out of the 11 game jams was the Game Jam 2018. Really the whole thing about game jams is not really winning. It's more like having a good team and just having fun, really, making an asset, making a game that you can just put in your portfolio. After that, I started teaching at City and Islington College. I was recommended by someone else from Escape Studios, and I started teaching Blender, which I never thought I would do. But yeah, some strange reason I got attracted to it, and I started teaching a lot more over there, and a lot more in my own private time. I believe that education shouldn't have a cost, and so I started teaching in my own time for free to a lot of people online, and would even invite some people to come in our Discord to kind of create a nice community and create nice environments as well with that. So anyway, my conclusion. I know I'm a little bit early, but I was kind of terrified that that it would be a bit too big, the presentation, but I've been going through them quite fast. So yeah, Blender opened many doors for me, but having contacts opened a lot more. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what software you use. I hear a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, Blender versus Maya, or 3ds Max, or Modo, or Cinema 4D. So many programs. As long as you show a passion for what you do, people will find ways to help you out, and to even like promote you and get you somewhere that you want to be. Yeah, it's infectious. But there's a term that I've been hearing a lot as well, the industry standard term. A lot of people talking about, oh yeah, no, this isn't industry standard. This is. It's an expression that kind of roughly means ready for the industry, right? It was made by big marketing firms to kind of market their software and to, get more money, to advertise a lot more, and vice versa. Anyway, I don't believe that there are any industry standard softwares, because if we had industry standard softwares, we wouldn't have technical artists in the industry who would be creating little add-ons for it to actually work in a pipeline. So of course there are, it is nice to have these softwares that have like Python support or Mel support, or Max script support. They're fantastic because you can then incorporate your software with any workflow and get it working anywhere. And the fact that that Blender uses Python and incorporates Python in most of its all of its high-level scripting is brilliant for the industry, because it's such a used language, like you might have seen with Mark's presentation. But yeah, so if certain programs claim to be industry standard, then why need technical artists in the first place is what I'm trying to come up with. But as I said in the beginning, you are all here to progress. Like everyone here is here to actually kind of listen in and learn a new thing, to change for something new. And seeing where Blender is going with new companies offering their help for better software, to better the software, like Ubisoft and even Google is helping out, and Embark Studios, which is what the company I made this kind of presentation for in the first place. Maybe the future holds the industry standard title ready for programs like Blender, where actual companies create these add-ons and put it into Blender and share it with the industry, with the community. So yeah, there we are. Thank you for listening.
That's great, Thomas.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we have, if maybe we can start earlier the Q&A and then go to the lunch break. So I don't know if Dimitar is here.
I'm here.
Hi, Dimitar. Right. So not so many questions. Let's see if Garrett has one question for you, Dimitar. Would you like to see more NURBS support in Blender?
Yes, that would be amazing to have. There was a student for Google Summer of Code a couple of years ago that was starting to do a Rhino importer. So Rhino has the open NURBS library, which is not a kernel on its own, but it allows you to port it to your software to import Rhino NURBS surfaces directly. Unfortunately, I don't think that work went anywhere. And I know Maya as well from architecture design perspective, and it does have NURBS support. So it tends to be a little bit easier going backwards and forwards between NURBS and mesh.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's
Alex,
see. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question also for Dimitar, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Dimitar, at last year's Blender conference, I was blown away both by your presentation and also the tissue presentation. I got the impression that tissue was mainly of benefit to people doing organic or conceptual type buildings. But do you think it has a place to help people who do more traditional architectural work?
Yeah, most definitely. If you think about any mesh, right? Let's think about a 3-story residential building with balconies and windows. So imagine the mesh, right? So you have 3 floors, right? 4 sides, and you have panels. Let's say your mesh is subdivided onto 3 sides. So you can create your modules separately that map onto each one of those mesh faces. So you can have a module that's a balcony module, for example. You can have a module that's just a window module, or you can have a solid brick wall module. So in that sense, it could be used for tessellation for regular buildings as well. Tissue has a series of really nice tools that allow you to sort of map, like you can have different materials assigned, and based on your material, you can assign a different component module to go into it.
Okay.
So definitely.
Great, thank you.
I think we have also a question for Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
How is Blender seen in the education community, specifically since 2.8 has been released?
Oh man, people love it in the education community. Actually, it's quite strange to say, but the program I was part in was an education for autistic people, and they wanted to make a kind of a film with it, and quite strangely, actually, the how Blender works with shortcuts and how it works with the context-sensitive modals as well was incredibly helpful to teach people with autism, because I would the only thing that they would hear would be, for example, I'd like you to extrude, I'd like you to mirror, I'd like you to scale. They would hear the first letter and they would try and find a shortcut on the keyboard. Especially now, now that Blender has the search menu that shows the shortcut alongside it in 2.9, that just is going to be like incredibly useful especially for education, because it's all dandy and everything to teach shortcuts and all, and sometimes it can get very confusing, just saying, okay, press S, press H, press G. But the best way of teaching someone is by actually going into the menu and letting them find out, oh, there's a little letter after that menu item that says, G. So maybe next time I could try that out. But yeah, that's so it's very well seen to answer the question.
Yes. Oh, very good.
Alex, sorry, there's a question here from Ian McGregor, and this is for Dimitar. So Dimitar, Ian asks, how did you do the renders of the building? Which I'm not sure you're going to really want to answer, because you did say you're not very good at rendering, but nevertheless, he would like to know.
So I'm trying to get better at constantly. And I just look at the art gallery and Blender artists. I'm like, I wish I had the time to do that. But I know I spend more time on design than actually rendering. But I use HDRI Skies, from HDRI Haven, or Blender Guru's, what's it called, Ultimate Sky add-on. I tend to, it's just so easy to use it. I don't think those are the best HDRIs, but it makes everything quite simple. And then I apply some very simple materials with the procedural modifier, principled modifier, and add always a little bit of procedural noise, so it's not really dull. Sometimes if I have more time, I go in, I'm working on this one image which I showed in the beginning. I've been working it for a long time, where I did go and put proper materials, proper dirt, grass, all those kinds of things. But yeah, for the most part, I just use an HDRI, put on some very basic, simple materials, and then render it out.
Very nice.
And sorry, there's another question for you, Dimitar. So can't let you off the hook just yet. This is from Informatic Films, who says that he's really interested in learning more about tissue, but has found some tutorials very technical and hard to get into, and whether you have any recommendations or where to start learning the tissue plugin.
Yeah, so if you go to youtube.com/UHstudio, that's my YouTube channel. I have made a playlist specifically for tissue. It includes mostly my tutorials, but also some of Alessandro Zomparelli's tutorials, he's the author of tissue, so he knows it inside and out. And specifically his Blender talk at the Blender conference last year, 2019, was really good overview about how the whole process works. So I would recommend watching that first. And then I have one video about if you're more interested in architecture, that it goes into details to show how tessellation could work within architectural design.
Great.
That's great. There is one actually from Mark for you, Thomas. On the topic of Blender versus X. How do you come across many purists in your work?
Oh man. I'll say especially before Blender 2.8, there's been a lot of there was a lot of people who would say, I've had people come up to me and say, stop learning Blender. it will never ever be used in the industry, right? Because Maya and 3ds Max are too far up, and Blender will never be able to catch up. It's, you know, I'm glad I continued because when 2.8 came out, a lot of people that were working with Blender before 2.8 might know that in terms of functionality, 2.79 to 2.8, there aren't that many changes. The viewport, you know, you could keep it like a whole viewport in the screen, and the shortcuts were quite similar between both. You know, of course, there are some small changes, minor changes, but the UI is the main change that happened with 2.8, like, and EV and Grease Pencil. But it's pretty mad that you only need that change to actually get so many people saying, "Oh, now Blender is good." So yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I actually would like to chip in that question as well, because it definitely applies to architecture also. You know, people are like, what, Blender in architecture? What are you doing here? Are you an architectural visualizer? No, I'm a designer and I use Blender. And when it's gained traction, I'm lucky enough that in my company, I'm allowed to use it daily because they see the benefit of it. You know, I can go through designs for anything from mixed use, for towers, for any kind of building or architectural project pretty quickly, because Blender allows me to iterate much faster than I would if I had to build all these in Rhino. And forget about Revit.
Yeah, true. I'm curious how many Blender purists are around that would not accept anything else. Maybe not that many, but I'm sure there are some.
Like I'd like to kind of like add up a little bit to it. I forgot to say during the presentation, the reason why I called it Blender worth its weight in gold is because one of the main reasons why I chose Blender over 3ds Max or Maya was because of course Blender is free, as in free for freedom, and free as in free beer, but I don't believe that it doesn't have a price. Everything really in the world has a price, and if you believe that I say that it's worth its weight in gold, because if you believe that it's worth nothing but your time and patience, then that's what you give to the program. But some people pay, you know, thousands for the software. I don't believe it's completely free to a lot of people, and I congratulate those people, because that's how Blender is developed, and how you know, how they can stay afloat for so long.
Great. Thank you.
So we have another question for Dimitar. I bet you wish it's lunchtime, Dimitar, but there we go. Sorry, this one is from, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but from Simone Orsolini, and who asks, what is your snapping workflow? And do you have suggestions on what to use?
Yeah, I keep my snaps always on vertex mode, on vertex. And it's always disabled, but I don't know if people know that, but if you hold control while you're moving things around, it enables the snaps to move, because it's very, you know, it doesn't work well. You have to have your point that you want to snap fairly close to the actual other point that you want to align to. There is a plugin though, an add-on developed by the Archipack developer, Stephen Ledger, and it's called, let me see what it's called. I think it's called CAD Transform. So if you search Stephen Ledger CAD Transform on Blender Artist, it should come up. And that one is pretty good. It's trying to replicate what a lot of other add-ons are trying to do, which is moving, rotating, and scaling with the base point, which is what we're used to in the CAD world. And it does a pretty good job of it, actually, I must say. It's very close to the SketchUp workflow with rotate. I haven't figured out how to rotate on a non-orthogonal axis yet, or the what is it called? The X, Y plane.
Okay.
Great.
I have another question for Dimitar, because also Dimitar, I know in the past you have used FreeCAD quite a bit for architecture. Is that also used on commercial projects or is it only for your own projects that you use FreeCAD?
I have used it on a commercial project once. People thought I was absolutely crazy, but it did, for what I needed, it was really good. We were working on a pretty high profile competition. It was for a building, and the building was set on a radius. And buildings that are set on a radius, they're quite difficult to do, because if your radius changes and you're building it sort of like manually, then you have to go, and if this were in Rhino, let's say, you would have to go and rebuild all your arcs and then retrim them to the actual point area that you need to use. In FreeCAD, what I was able to do is create one sort of base curve with a circle, trim that circle, and then use that base curve for absolutely everything along the facade of the building. I used it, I think it was for like a section chunk of a building, and it worked really well. I think people were impressed with it in the office. I joke around that maybe we just should get rid of Revit and start using that. I mean, we're not there yet, but it's. I also have a playlist for FreeCAD on my YouTube channel. I haven't used it in a while actually, but they are constantly new features that I've had out.
And do you see FreeCAD developing, and at some point also more architects will get on board as the same as Blender, as in?
So there's kind of so the other website that I mentioned as a resource for architects for open source is osarc.org, and it's quite nice. They have monthly meetings online, and usually one of the head developers from FreeCAD is part of those meetings, as well as Dion Mode, who's the developer for the BIM add-on for Blender. And they're trying to kind of find this synchronicity between the two, because they're referencing the same IFC libraries. IFC is it's getting a bit technical here, but it's a very specific interpolation format for architecture and construction. So it's similar to like USD, what you would have as like USD in the 3D gaming world, let's say. So I think there's some synergy that's happening both from that community, is a growing point, from open source, sort of people accepting that as being like something that's actually important, even within the industry itself. In my company, we're a big HOK. In this case, it's a big architectural company, one of the biggest in the world. We do have some in-house developers, and we do develop some tools, in this case for Revit, but they're also open source for anybody, for any other company that wishes to use them, for an example. So it's interesting to see, because it is sort of starting to catch on, people understanding the importance of it. And yeah, of course, between any company really, they always talk about the exuberant fees that we need to pay for Autodesk for licenses, but we can't really do our work without that, for the time being at least.
Let's see if there are any other questions. Thank you, Dimitar. If not, I would have one, I think for both. Dimitar answered partially, but what are your plans for the future, Blender-wise?
Dimitar, do you wanna go first?
I've been talking a lot. I think it's your turn.
Well, I'm going into masters soon, but I do really like teaching. So I guess helping people out is never going to change for me. But part of the masters is actually trying to find a kind of a business plan to make like a makeshift company, or to make a kind of a plan. And Blender is really the forefront. A lot of people are talking about it because, of course, it doesn't have the same kind of licensing that Maya or 3ds Max uses. So a lot of people, especially who are going into masters, are really looking into to Blender and focusing on that. And thus, I'm going to have quite a bit of work trying to teach that as well in the meantime.
Yeah, I support your idea of going into education fully, because the next professionals are the people that are currently in education, so they need training. So part of my plan is to spread the news of how Blender could be used within architectural design, and that it could be used alongside all the more quote unquote professional tools that get taught. So it's really pushing more of showing how it can be used. And yeah, there's again, I mentioned Alessandro a lot because we talk a bit and we both admins for the Blender for Computational Design group. But in it, he we talk about how it can really not only change, but it's actually easier to do things, like some simple things that would take quite a bit of time to do in Grasshopper. So besides being free, I think there are tremendous advantages that I'm committed to show a wider audience.
That is great. Thank you both. So I think we have answered all the questions, and I want to thank again Andrew for all the help that he's doing in the background. We are now, I think, ready to take our break. Thank you both, and I will see you soon. We are taking the break, and let's see just what we have next. Let me take a look. Sorry. We have Michael, it's you, and then we have Cam Raufi, Luciano, and Louis Dumont. So we will have 4 speakers, 4 panelists talking starting from 2 p.m. I think. Thanks again, all.
Thank you.
Yeah, and see you later.
Thanks.
See you.
Thank you. Oh, hello, hello, hello. We're back at the London Blender Day, second edition. Hello, Michael.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
Hi. Okay. Lunch was good?
Yes, not bad at all. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, I had maybe a little bit too much, to be honest. I'll be okay.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? So let me start again the recording. We are also recording this in two places. I paused it during the break. And we are also live on YouTube, which is good. Here we are. Whenever you're ready, I will turn off the camera, stop the video, and mute, and it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. So let me just set up first.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm looking if the video, audio of the share, it's okay, but I'll be quiet.
So is that there?
I see it, yeah.
Good. Okay, so I'll start. So I'm going to talk about the work of someone called Bob Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing you may be saying is, why isn't he presenting his own work? Well, Bob is in sort of partial lockdown in East Lothian, which is just southeast of Edinburgh, where he has exceptionally bad broadband, and it was really not possible. But he has entrusted me with presenting his work because he knows I'm a huge fan. So there we go. So before I go on to talk about Bob, I just want to put into context where is my interest in him and the rest of it. And it all starts about 4.5 years ago, when I was fully retired and looking for something to do, and feeling my creative urges oozing through after 50 years of no creativity in my jobs whatsoever. And I decided that I wanted to create a really great website all about the Wars of the Roses. And being a bit nerdy and having been a management consultant for a number of years after my army career, I wrote myself a paper all about how I was going to do it and what kind of applications and I would use. And when it came to the battle scenes, I didn't want the usual thing you get in military history books with maps showing blocks of soldiery in little colored rectangles. I wanted something three-dimensional. And after a bunch of research, I finally stumbled on Blender, as you can see there. So what was I going to do? Well, the first thing I did was to enroll in Rob Teitel's course on Udemy, because he teaches Blender from soup to nuts, but particularly emphasizing 3D and medieval 3D environments, which was just what I was after. So having done that, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was then looking around, and I came across this scene by Bob Marshall, and it was exactly the sort of thing I was looking for to cover the first of the War of the Roses battles, which was the first Battle of St. Albans. And it was pretty uncanny, really, that this so meshed with what I was trying to do. So there we go. So that's how I was introduced to Bob Marshall. Who is he? Well, he's a historical reconstruction artist. and a 3D model maker, and an illustrator, as you'll see in a minute. He's a freelancer, and as I say, he lives southeast of Edinburgh, but he has done some amazing work, which we'll see in a moment, and has, because of that, he's been used by a bunch of people like this, various historical associations and trusts, etc. And now, as I say, I first came across him when someone someone put that picture of his on Twitter, I think, and I liked it and found out more about him. And I have to admit that I've kind of followed him in awe ever since. Personally, I think his work is fantastic. But on top of that, he actually recently agreed to provide a map illustration for my website, which I'm now actually developing. Here it is. And just to put it in context, I've said here, should you wish to, you can view the map. Actually, you can't, because the site hasn't yet gone public, but it will do fairly soon, I hope. Anyway, enough about me. Why don't we go on and have a look at some of Bob's work. Now, before I start, I just want to say that probably through a mixture of not great bandwidth and total technical incompetence on my part, I've not really been able to produce a nice, smooth, sharp video. And I've got 2 video clips to show you. The thing is, I'm hoping that what I can show you will pique your interest, those who are interested in this side of life. And if so, we can always send you, or maybe we'll have a recording of better examples of the same reels in higher resolution and smoother. Okay, so without further ado, let's see if we can show you the first. By the way, if you can't hear the sound, please yell and I'll see what I can do about it.
1 second, Michael, we cannot see the video, so.
Oh, hang on. You can't see the video?
No. So if you maybe stop sharing and try to share again that window.
Yeah, I'm just doing that. Now, that's not happened before.
There you go.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Cool. Can you hear it?
Perfect.
Good.
I've held an interest in digital imagery since the early 1990s, when I began working as a graphics artist. Following a series of illustrated commissions, I developed an interest for our history and our heritage, and a passion for interpreting it, which I now do on a full-time basis. My illustrated reconstructions can take anything from several weeks to several months to produce, depending on their complexity. Some historic buildings are quite challenging to interpret, and that's usually because a lot of research is needed before I can begin working on a visual reconstruction. I approach each of my projects with a great deal of care. The high level of detail that I put into my work attracts plenty of historical scrutiny. Occasionally, it provokes debate among the experts, which is an exciting part of the work that I do. But the downside is that it can extend the time it takes to see a project through to its completion. I'm fascinated by all periods of our history, but it's mostly our domestic and industrial architecture that are the subjects I enjoy illustrating the most. These are often the most challenging and technically demanding projects to work on, where historical accuracy is critical. I come from a media and communications background with interests in art, design, and computing. I'm not a historian or an architect or an archaeologist, so I work with external consultants wherever I can. My work is a result of a combination of their academic knowledge and my skills as an illustrator. My work is an entirely digital process. Computer 3D modeling is a very helpful tool that I put to very good use in the production of quite a lot of my work. I use it mostly to speed up the process of planning my illustrations. It's helpful to visualize things more rapidly. The digital process is also very flexible. It allows me to make major modifications to the artwork if new information becomes available at a late stage in the production. Like many professional artists, I am a perfectionist, and I'm always experimenting and improving my work. I'm using digital to help me achieve a lot of this detail and realism, but I'm also doing something more. I spend a lot of my time giving my illustrations the look and finish quality of artwork that's been created using traditional techniques. I'm trying to blend in my own artistic signature so that I'm left with an image that I can say is my own and not something that the computer has produced entirely for me. Illustrations are what keep me busy for most of the time, but a few of my projects have gone a step further. I use these same digital techniques to create animations. They are often complex and take even longer to do, but I have great fun making them.
Okay, I'll cut it short there because I'm in danger of running over. But so that's his show reel, and now I've just got a shorter clip, which is a recent bit of work he did, I think for himself actually, not, but it kind of brings everything he's done together. And again, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this without me stopping and starting again. Except that I'm now getting myself in a complete beggars muddle. Hang on. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's about it. I just wanted to put up something with his web address.
Mm-hmm. I think it's coming in the video.
Sorry?
It is in the video, I think.
What, yeah, it could be. Okay.
Yeah, bobmarshall.co.uk. That's fantastic.
Okay, cool.
Wow. I mean, I have seen partial images before. You showed us earlier in the last days, but that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. Okay. Thank you very much, Michael.
There we go.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Michael. So let's see what we've got next. Next, I think is Cam.
Hello.
Right. Hello.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can hear you and see you. Hi, Cam.
Hi. Thanks very much for inviting me, guys.
Thank you for coming.
I apologize about the audio quality because I don't have a microphone and I don't have any headphones. So if there's anything that's not working, just let me know during the broadcast. Yeah, thanks very much for Kevin and the rest of the community for inviting me. I just, I've been listening to some of the talks that I've been able to catch up on while furiously clicking in the background, trying to get what feeble work I have prepared for this demonstrated. And it's been very interesting. Just to give you a bit of background on me, I work with Kevin at the RCA. I've been a technician there for about 13 years. I started off with just an interest in sort of 2D graphics and audio and developed into working with 3D modeling software the last 6 or 7 years, maybe. Traditionally a 3D Studio Max user and then a Rhino user, and I've made the switch to Blender around about December last year. So I'm a very new user. Only used it from version 2.8, and it's been fantastic for me. Utterly frustrated with the way 3D Studio Max worked. Having used it for such a long period of time, I was unable to do so many basic things. And because part of my job is teaching students software, I found it incredibly difficult to teach. So since then, I've kind of switched to Blender. I've done some classes along with Kevin, showing students how to use it, and it's been incredibly intuitive for me. And I'm just amazed at some of the features that are available, and the fact that as far as licensing goes for us, it's incredibly easy to install. Very small installation process. We can add the add-ons that we want per lesson, and we have it connected to our render farm now for rendering as well. So I'm finding myself rendering student jobs. I did listen to some of the talks earlier. People are talking about Blender in commercial, in the industry and commercial use. A lot of our students are asking us what software is appropriate for them to use once they graduate. And I've worked in a variety of projects with the students, including games, architecture, interior design using Blender. And they're like, is this any use to me after I graduate? Everyone's asking for different software. I'm hoping to see in the future more use of Blender in the industry, and sort of moving it out of the hobbyist realm into the professional realm. And I don't differentiate with any 3D software really now at college. But as far as we're concerned with Blender, we've had some problems with COVID with licensing software and licenses running out, and this has been incredibly easy to install and install remotely on some of our machines and update without having to contact vendors and ask for upgrades on licenses or extensions on licenses, and having to go through our license server or anything like that. So it's been utterly fantastic. Anyway, enough of the boring stuff. I'll show you some of the basic projects that I've worked on myself and I've helped the students out with. I'm going to do a quick share screen, and you guys tell me if it's working. Can you see my screen?
I can see your full desktop.
You can see my full desktop. That's
yeah,
great.
the desktop. Yeah.
So really, it is down to me talking about Unreal Engine, and I'm sure most of you on the panel here would know what Unreal Engine is, but for the ones that don't, Unreal Engine is a free software that's used for making games, and not solely limited to games. We've used it for architectural visualizations. We've used it for rendering 360-degree film. We've used it for product configuration. It's got plenty of uses, and the avid gamers will notice it that it's made by Epic Games, and they also have their own store now for downloading games. But certainly in our workflow with our students that we're supporting, it's been used architecturally as well to do sort of push architecture into the real-time realm, and it's in animation workflows as well. We've avoided having to do things like lengthy rendering, because you can effectively bake the lights in the scene, and you can sort of do everything in real time, which is becoming increasingly useful and resource efficient. And one of the ways Blender fits into it is that recently, I believe Unreal gave Blender a grant, and this is actually what got me started into Blender, because I've been an Unreal user for several years. And the idea being that they could develop a plugin which could help with exporting Blender geometry straight into Unreal and maintain things like materials, UVs, collisions, stuff like that. As of yet, they're still in development of that plugin, I believe, but there's going to be an announcement on the 14th at Blender, at the Unreal event, where they will hopefully announce some updated features on this. What I'm probably going to demonstrate here is just the Datasmith plugin and what that does within Blender. I'm sure some of you are going to be aware of this, so I'll try to make it relatively basic. What I've just prepared before this lesson really is this maze, which is from this fantastic plugin by somebody called Elfnor, where which you download from the GitHub, and then you can enable in the add-ons in Blender here. And it's effectively, it's called Maze Any Mesh, where you can turn anything into a maze. So I've just got a basic plane here that I've subdivided, and it's just popped out a maze here. I went ahead and separated some of the materials to the walls, the top walls, and just a base plane there. And if I just turn on the real-time render here, you should see I've also used a fantastic Blender kit here, which I use some of my students, which is again an add-on, which you can find a variety of materials here and just apply them straight into your scene, some of which are free and some of which are extremely affordable, and people can contribute to in the community as well. And it gives you some sort of architectural, I'll turn on the, oh, where are they? I've disappeared. Excuse me, technical issues. Yeah, so what it allows you to do is just get an idea of some basic architectural materials. And I'm hoping with the Datasmith plugin enabled, we should just be able to export the scene directly into Unreal Engine via export Datasmith here. If I bounce over to Unreal Engine here and in true Blue Peter style, get one that I made earlier, we should be able to import the scene directly into Unreal. Let's see. I should have had this open already, but let's have a look and see. And the idea being that we can get all of these materials, we can get the UV maps that we've created in Blender and the geometry, obviously, and have it all scaled and in the correct positions. And what we can see here is basically that maze that I've imported. Via here, the Datasmith import, which is its own file format, which shares geometry between a bunch of 3D packages straight into Unreal Engine. And if I just tap the play button here, excuse that horrible gun noise, I've built in some collisions here and I've got instant sort of maze here. For a bit of fun, I've got a coffee cup here, which makes me run a little bit faster, and a mushroom, which makes me enable to jump a lot higher here and bounce into the various parts of this maze. So all that is basically is just a very, very quick import from Blender into Unreal, some collisions, nothing more than about an hour's worth of work, and very, very smooth compatibility between the two applications. On another project that I've demonstrated to my students, sorry, I closed out everything there. I will show you, it's sort of at some of the other uses that I've used Blender for with Unreal Engine. Let's go pop in here and have a look at our. So this one here is another example of just a circular geometry here, which has been extruded out, and the normals facing the correct direction, which was done in Blender, and the UV mapping as well, which is done within this application, and excuse me, bounced into Unreal again, and we can see this wonderful simulation where we hit our Prime Minister with a shoe. Which is a lot of fun. I'll show you where Blender came into this really. So this couldn't have taken any more than about 5 minutes to set up this geometry in the background. And in terms of poor Boris himself, the model is here, and some of the modifiers here that would have been used is things like decimate, which would have made more low polygon versions of Boris for use within the game map that we're going to see here. So you can see. So this is just the sort of game design area here. And one of the things that we can do with Blender is obviously create things like LODs, which I'm hoping that the plugin is going to incorporate automatically. But you can make different decimated versions of Boris, which is useful for whenever you're rendering multiple characters on screen at the same time, being able to do things a little bit more efficiently. Let's see what other things I can show you here. And with this particular project, there was a little bit of actual, let's see, I'll load this up. was actually played back on a arcade box itself, which I've cut out and CNC'd, which I can demonstrate to you here. So the actual game itself was played on an arcade box, which was designed also in Blender and cut in Valchromat, oiled and assembled together like so, and played with these old-fashioned joysticks. I would like to elaborate on this project a little bit more, but as you can see, I'm utterly unprepared and I'm rapidly running out of time. But I would surely like to answer some questions if anyone's interested in this kind of thing. And I couldn't reiterate enough how useful Blender has been in my own personal work and in the work that I'm teaching the students, including what we've had to work on this year because everything's gone virtual with our colleges, gallery visualizations and rendering stuff out in Eevee and cycles and positioning virtual artworks and stuff in gallery spaces and using lighting, HDRI, and it's incredibly easy with that software, and also again bringing it into real time and being able to play it in Unreal and exporting from multiple formats. We've done HTML5 exports where you can play on a web browser, you can export to mobile platform, you can play on a mobile device. We've rendered out 360-degree movies which have been uploaded onto YouTube. So the sort of, with the project beginning in Blender, the export potential from games engines like Unreal now are incredible. You can really take it out of the gaming realm and start to think about it in other multimedia applications. And I'm hoping that the bridge between these applications is only going to develop and get stronger. And we will continue to teach it and support it as much as we can, because it's making our life a lot easier, both as educators and as technical support guys. You have to sometimes install this software and troubleshoot it. So I will stop there because I'm 1 minute over. I probably should have given myself a bit more time and been a bit organized, but thank you for listening. And I hope some of you found it interesting. And I am willing to answer some questions afterwards if anyone's interested in particular technology and go through some of the terminology I used.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Cam.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A panel or on YouTube. There is Thomas over there to get them and prepare them for the panelists. So let's see who we have next. Next is Luciano. Hello, hey. Luciano.
How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad. I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, can you guys hear me loud and clear? No echo, no anything?
I can hear you very well.
Fantastic.
All
right. So should I just start?
If you want to.
All right. Let's share screen. I'm just going to share my screen number 2. There we go. All right. So let's just get started at the top. So hi, I'm Luciano. And today I want to talk a little bit about rigging and animation in Blender. First of all, I want to introduce myself. I'm a Chilean animator. I've been working in the UK for the past 3 years on and off. Came in 2017 to work on my first feature, VFX feature at Framestore London. Currently, I'm working at DNEG in a feature animated film called Rob's Gone Wrong, which is a movie that's like created by a studio from London that's called Locksmith, and they want to sort of create the first Pixar of the UK. Well, maybe the second, considering that we had Aardman for so long. Then I've been working in Blender, no, not in Blender, but in CG for the past 13 years, more or less. And sorry. And out of those 13 years, I think 11 years have been in Blender. So since 2009, more or less. So I kind of went on and off. I started learning CG way before 13 years ago, like when I was in school, and I tried Blender and Maya and Lightwave and Cinema 4D and all of the stuff that was out there that I could find in a not very legal way. And so with the passing of time, I decided to take a strong class where I would actually learn what I needed to learn. At the time, I was convinced that I wanted to do visual effects, like compositing and putting explosions and stuff like that. But I couldn't afford to go to the school that I wanted to go, the program that I wanted. And I ended up falling into a character animation course. And I chose that one because it was obviously affordable. And secondly, it was much shorter at that time. And I thought, well, maybe they'll teach me everything I need about Maya, and then I'll just go on my own. So what happened was, like, I fell in love with animation at that point and never looked back. Like I did do compositing, I did work as a generalist, but after that, I just wanted to become an animator. So so that happened like years and years ago, and I was dabbling in other softwares as well, Blender, etc. But at that point, I decided I needed to focus on one so I could learn the skills I needed, and then I could learn other software and just translate the skills. And so I did that, and I worked in commercials a long time. I worked in short films. I worked in TV series, pitched for TV series, a few games and whatnot. And I even had my own studio. I'm just gonna show you a little bit of my work. And so this is my website. I'm gonna play my reel. Can you hear it? Let me know if you can. You should be able to.
How did you lose your last two limbs, Copper?
Oops.
Yes, can hear that.
Well, yeah, that's. Gee, I never would have thought of that. Let's get to the bottom.
Why wasn't I invited? Thank you. Why can't you be more like good guy? With his gentle touch.
Right. So most of my work nowadays is mainly Maya because I'm working in studios where the pipeline is in Maya. I only can dream of working in Blender, but I know the time will come. And so as you can see, I've worked in a variety of shows from like short films to games to other short films and stuff and feature films nowadays. But because I worked as a freelance for a long time, back in 2012, more or less, I decided to do the switch to Blender and start learning how to actually use it in production. Because there was this, and they mentioned it previous talks, that it was not considered in the industry standard and blah, blah, blah. And the only thing that industry standard means to me is that it's the more common use in the industry. That's it. And so, for instance, after 4 years of having my own studio where I did work in Blender in most of the projects, and I would say 90% of the projects, unless it was specifically required that we would deliver Maya files. The only thing that was that I had to make a choice out of, like, leaving Blender for the most part, was because I wanted to work in movies, and it's rare to find a movie that's made in Blender. Besides the 2 or 3 that we probably all know, Next Gen and I Lost My Body, both from Netflix. I highly recommend you to watch them if you haven't. They're currently on Netflix, and that's it. So it's been hard to find to balance the tool that I want to use with the work that I want to do. So I had to make a choice. I was like, okay, I'd rather do the movies that I want to make than be able to choose a tool. So now I use Blender basically only for my personal projects and for my YouTube channel, because having so much experience with Blender and animation, which is something really, really rare, I decided to start a YouTube channel and share all that knowledge and also help myself learn a little bit more. Because just like putting those thoughts and things out there in a video helps you also go back to them and see, hey, that was what I was thinking back then, and now I think a little bit differently, or I can do some improvement on that I was doing back then. And so to make this talk a little bit more exciting, I wanted to show you how to animate a little bit in Blender. I know the time is very, very limited, but I thought maybe we could try our hand at that new rig that was released by the Blender Cloud called the Rain rig. So I'm just going to go ahead and open Blender. I have the Blender launcher, by the way. If there's any questions, you can interrupt me during the presentation, by the way. I think it's more entertaining for me as well. If, that way I don't feel like I'm talking alone or that you're actually following. So I have also an eye in the chat, on the YouTube chat, if anybody asks a question there. But there we go. So I'm opening a default Blender, like this is like clean. I can actually go like low factory settings and we'll have a clean Blender. And I'll open up Rain. So we got Rain here. Actually, I won't open her up. I'm gonna link her because that's the way you're supposed to do it. And this way has several things. This is a workflow thing in one sense, and also makes it more practical. One of the main reasons that you want to always link a character into a scene is basically because if you then make a modification to that character and then you linked it to several shots that are going to be your sequence, then that change will propagate to all your scenes. That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that if you save your file that has your rig, the textures, your model, and the animation, your file could easily be 100 megabytes, 200 megabytes, 700 megabytes, depending on how complex your rig and character is. And so whenever you want to update a little bit on your animation, you'll have to wait for that file to be saved. Blender we're lucky that it's so fast at saving, but after something like a 700 megabytes, you start feeling the sluggishness of the save. Like it's 2-3 seconds, but that's enough to make you wonder what's going on. And so if you link the file to a clean file, like I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to go link. I'm gonna find her, Rain collection, Rain, that's the collection for Rain. You link her, and then I'm going to go to object, and then relations, make proxy, and I'm gonna look for rig. Now we got a character that actually you can move. Interestingly enough, is in black, white, no idea. There we go, loading the textures, gorgeous. There we go. So this is probably something to do with, there we go, vertex colors. Interesting that the material doesn't show the actual colors, but that's okay. So now we have the file here, and it's just as if we were working in the original file, but I'm gonna save it, desktop. I'm just gonna call it linked Rain. Just gonna move the microphone away. And you'll see that the linked Rain file is only 4.9 megabytes. So that means that whenever I save, if I save iterations of this file, then that file will only grow so much because I'm adding just keyframes and more keyframes. And maybe that will end up being 50 megabytes or something like that, which I doubt. But it's already starting from a much smaller file than what we have with Rain. And in the case that we were saving it with rain inside, we would have the 24 megabytes plus the new 5 more megabytes, and then whatever we add on top of that. So it just makes it better. And so here we are. And I really like this character. It's very pretty. I can see that maybe we don't have the, what's it called? The panel, because all of the rigs nowadays, mostly in Blender, have a panel where you have all of the options that are regarding this rig, like switches, which are really important. We're gonna see them now. And so usually when you link a rig, either they do a trick for those panels to kind of come in, or you need to do it on your own. So we'll see if we can do this by going to the text editor, because these panels are created with a script. So I'm guessing rain is going to be the one. You can see that there's probably not. Oh yeah, there we go. Play. And then maybe we need to also load the cloud rig one. There we go. Now we got this cloud rig panel over here. And just gonna move it around. Cloud. Yes, now we got the panel from the rig. And this panel is quite long. So we're gonna hide what we don't need for now. Viewport display, we don't need this. And then actually we'll just keep hiding them all. Whoop. And just go one by one. So first of all, we need to turn on and off the layers that we're going to use, because Blender uses this layer system still in the bones, in the skeleton. It's an old layer system. It's very similar to what we had for objects before. And I am hoping that they do something like collections, but not necessarily the same. Some more, I don't know, something more flexible would be nice. And at this point, what happens is basically in that script that we did creates a button that will turn on and off one of the layers, and would name it and put it somewhere where we can see it instead of being here. And so we can just turn on and off all of the different little sets of controls. But as you can see, as I turn them on, they turn on here. The good thing about having these two different separate menus for the layers is that on the one side, you can have a bunch of layers that the rigger chooses to keep hidden for the animator. And you as an animator only figure out these ones. These ones are the ones that you actually need to use. So that's not too bad. But yeah, there should be better ways, that's for sure. And as you can see, we have a bunch of controllers. This character it's I would say fairly well featured. There are a few things that I discovered that I'm not super fond of, but we'll talk about them. So the first thing that we want to do to try and do a little walk cycle, I don't think we're gonna get an walk cycle finished, but at least we're gonna try and go through the main poses to create the mechanics of a walk cycle. So ideally, we're going to work with the FK arms and IK legs. If you don't know what these are, FK is basically forward kinematics, meaning that the movement goes on the direction of the hierarchy. So hierarchically, your torso is the parent of the shoulders, is the parent of the arms, of the forearms, of the wrists, of the hands, of the fingers, etc. So that would be like a forward kinematics chain. And so if I move the torso, then the rest follows. If I move the shoulder, the rest follows, the arm, and so on, right? And so it follows that chain. But there's also something called inverse kinematics, which is at the IK. And basically this does the opposite. And it serves for particular cases, but not necessarily you need to use it on those cases. So the idea is that basically, if you can see, I'm not sure, I'm gonna see if you can see my screen as well. Just gonna see if I'm, there we go. So if you see my hand, until here, everything is forward kinematics. The moment I get here and push against the wall, now this part of the chain is handling the entire hierarchy. And so it's doing the inverse thing of compensating. It's basically an algorithm to help fake that effect, which in 3D, normally what would happen is I would try to put the hand there, and then I need to push in if we were using FK. And so I would need to push in, but my arm would go through the wall, and then I need to compensate this arm, compensate this arm, compensate the hand enough for it to come back and work and be in the place. And doing that by hand on hundreds of frames, it's doable, but it's a pain, and it never looks good. Though there's certain cases when you're, for instance, you just want to push something or just want to touch it, where it's much easier to just do it in FK if you were already working in FK than trying to switch, do that action and switch back. And this is another reason why a lot of animators only work in IK, and then they just don't care, and they just make sure that it looks good. Different ways of working, but that's basically the difference between both. And that's the reason that also legs are always by default in IK, right? Why is this not moving? Okay, there we go. So as you can see, the legs are doing the IK. This arm is in IK as well, and this arm is in FK for some reason. So let's go to settings and look for the IK FK switches. And so, this is not IK, it's just in the wrong space. Okay, so we're gonna switch them to FK. This one and then this one. And you see that the controller of the IK stay there, but we need to actually be able to see the FK controller. And for that, I think I kind of lost it. Yeah, there we go. So, nope. Yeah, that's okay. Let's hide everything again. Let's see only what we need. FK, there we go. They were hidden by hiding with the H. So that's one of the things I really like to use a lot, is being able to hide and unhide stuff with the H and Shift H and Alt H. For some reason, these guys were hidden at this moment. So now we have those red controllers, which represents the FK controllers, and these ones, which represent the IK ones. And so this one, it's in a different space, I said, and that means that, as you can see, it's here. This arm is following the chest, while the other arm is following the root, so this bone. So that means that when I move this one will follow as well. But this one will only follow when I move the chest. So if I move the torso, it still will follow because the torso moves the chest, moves the arm. But if I move, for instance, the shoulder, it should stay. As you can see, it does. But in this case, if I change, for instance, I can change this to something like clavicle. So now if I move the clavicle, it should change, but it doesn't. I changed the wrong one, obviously. That's weird. Oh yeah, that's correct, actually. That's correct. There we go. So we're just gonna leave them both in root. That we don't care. We're gonna reset this, and now we're gonna start using the FK arms. So I'm going to just lower them and try to make a first pose for our walk cycle. So first pose is going to be, I'm gonna rotate with R, as you probably see, like done already. And I'm just going to try to do as quickly as possible. I just want to talk about some of the different ways to manipulate a rig in Blender when you're in pose mode, because there's been a lot of talks on how to do it better and whatever. And Blender has so many ways, mostly with the introduction of 2.8, we have so many ways of handling a controller to make it faster and easier that I don't think anybody realizes. So for instance, you can select these ones here and they're okay, but the problem is I cannot have several of them at the same time. And also I lose other kind of things. Like if I have this selected, actually I was trying to use this one today. And in some cases, if I move it will just move the entire controller without me wanting to do it. But I realized that if I just change to select box, but then I turn them on, that's actually the best way for me, because I can combine this with also the hotkeys. So I can use R to rotate and G to move and S to scale, while I'll also use these ones to move around. So let's start with this first pose, which is called the contact pose. And with Alt-Z, I can change between X-ray, so I can hide the bones that are occluded by the geometry. So I'm just going to move this arm a little bit over there. I'm going to select that controller and rotate with R-Z. And then I'm going to lower this one as well, but I want to lower it just in that axis. And then I'm going to move it in that one. So you can see I can change the way I move the things to, that seems easier at the time. So I can either pick it from here or use the letter or use the middle mouse drag, or yeah, like there's all of these ways that are making it easier for me to just handle the rig faster, right? Also, something I like to do is I like to hide the controllers that I'm not using. So for instance, it would be super easy at this point to just select all of these guys here. And since I'm not using anything else, and just maybe add this one, the ones that I know I need to use at this point, just keep these ones, and then Shift H and hide everything else. And that's going to make it much, much faster for me to be able to create these first few poses, which I need for my walk cycle blocking. So as you can see, I'm not taking that much time. I'm going to unhide them now, and I'm going to add, like, remove that one and hide them again. And so I can also use these ones. Yeah, something like so, but I want this one. Oops. Shift Alt H. So again, I want to select that one. And this is when something like selection sets comes handy. And actually, I'm going to turn them on because they come with Blender bundled. This is something that everybody should know that's doing animation. So we go selection. I think they're kind of old in the way that they work interface-wise. They could be much, much nicer, but it's what we got for now. And so I guess it's easy enough. So in this panel, in the armature panel, we got the selection sets. And so I can just select all of these guys, create a new selection set and assign it. And so I Shift H and Alt H, and then I'll add this one, and actually that one, not this one. And then select them, Alt H, Shift H, and then yeah. So we can always have that selection to not forget what we're using. And we could create like groups of controls there and stuff like that. So yeah, this is a bit wonky for now. So I'll just change a little bit the behavior of the arms. As you can see at this moment, what we're doing is I'm counter animating from whenever I move the shoulder, I need to counter animate the arm. So because the shoulder is the forward schematics parent of that part of the arm, whenever I move the shoulder, I need to then move the arm back more or less to its position. That's what spaces are for. And so basically this arm is in the space of the clavicle, but you can have the arm in a different space, and we'll look at it here. I think it's this one. So it's in Blender. I don't know why it's called hinge. That's not an industry standard term. It's called space. And what I can do is, this is the left arm, is it? Yeah, left arm. And if you can see it here, I can push, slide this. And what's going to happen is like the arm is going to go to the space of the world. And so now if I move the shoulder, the arm stays in the same position. But the problem is I'm losing that pose. And so that's why they created this little button, which is the snap. So now it did exactly the same, just kept the pose or the position. And so now I can start from there. And realize like I haven't even started putting one keyframe, right? And so, wait, I think my camera, I'm sorry, my camera is running out of battery. So I'm just gonna plug it in quickly. Oh, there we go. I knew that this could happen and I forgot to plug it in. There we go. Yes. I'm back. I'm sorry. So, as I was saying, we haven't even put the first keyframe, but it's really important that when you are starting your animation to basically just put your settings on of your character. It's kind of like when you're going to render, you need to set up all your parameters for the render to come out the way you want. In Blender, like in animation, it's kind of backwards. You need to start setting up the character the way you're going to use it for animation, for the animation that you're going to do. A lot of the times, because of planning, you should already know what space you want to use on the arms and the legs, what if you're going to use IK or FK or anything else. And so I'm going to do the same with this one over here. And now you can see like I can move the shoulders without so much problems. And now, for some reason, this is getting slow, but there we go. And so I haven't touched the arms or the hands or anything like that yet. And now I'm going to move a little bit the foot because we're trying to do what's called the contact pose. Basically, is the pose where the foot that goes on forward, it's about to touch or just touching the ground. And the other foot, the one that's behind, it's about to leave. So contact. So I'm just going to move this forward. And as you can see, like it makes it easier to be able to change all these things, use the different kind of widgets and stuff while you're getting a pose done quickly. And this is one of the reasons I feel, and I've talked to many friends about this, and we seem to agree, Blender is great at blocking animation, blocking a scene, blocking lighting, because most of the tools are really quick to use on a broad way. It's fast to just like throw stuff at it. And the moment where it doesn't fall short because we've seen the level of stuff that can be achieved. But the part that it feels a little bit more sort of limited, or not limited, but harder to work in, is in the fine details. So you're missing stuff like what they say, animation layers in this case, or in the case of lighting, you don't have the lighting groups, stuff like that. And so all of that usually doesn't matter when you're just blocking out a scene, but when you want to do fine like tuning of things, that's when that stuff really matters. So I'm going to change the spine here to IK spine. I don't know why it doesn't have like a little button there, but yeah, that's much better for me. So basically now I'm compensating the body, the chest, with whatever the torso is doing. So the torso, because the foot is in that, it's going to be placed in that position. Then it's moving to that one side. And so you see here, it's kind of hard to do sometimes. So I need to, or I can just look at it from the front and use this, and then look at it from here and use that, trying to compensate and so on. So I think we're gonna, seems that the time is gonna kill us, and that we might end up just not even finishing this first pose. But I just want you to see that now that we got this, then Blender has a bunch of tools that are really, really useful and make it super fast and super easy for animation. So I'm just gonna make my timeline 24 frames per second, and I'm going to copy. First, before actually I copy, I'm going to make a keyframe of all the selected bones, and I'm going to unhide the rest of them because I still want them to stay in this position. And I'm just going to move this to the side to 0. I usually like to go from 0 to 24, just because that way even numbers are easier to handle than odd numbers to me in my head. So if I go now to 12, I just need to copy and Ctrl+Shift+V and have a second pose. And even if the pose is not finished, we can get something that's already kind of giving the sense of like, oh, this will walk, right? This will walk. And so now, easy enough, I can just go to the middle of that first chunk, because it's basically 2 steps, right? So I'm gonna go to the half of that first chunk and then grab that controller there, put it there, make a keyframe on that, and then lift the leg that's supposed to be lifted, which is this one. Keyframe again. I'm gonna change because I'm gonna always be keying that. So I'm just gonna go to the acting key instead and just make it whole character selected bones only. And so whenever I key, I'll just get a key there. And this one is gonna be a little less lifted. And you see in cases like this is where like, why does it's not, what's it called, fine enough. And so I need to select it and then shift, and then it can sort of work. Or if I use G and then Z and then start using the arrows on my keyboard, that allows a little bit for more fine tuning. And if I press shift, like I hold shift while I'm using those arrows, then it just moves a tiny bit, and then press enter, and that's it. And that kind of works. I think those are a lot of interactions that most people don't really know exist. And so now that we have, it's pretty bad so far, but we won't have time to refine it enough. I just want to make sure this goes there. And now, for instance, I could just simply copy, select these 3 guys here, Control-C, and then Control-Shift-V, and then make a keyframe there. And then, as you can see, we're starting to get something that at some point will look like a walk cycle. So that's why also it's so important that that first few poses start really strong, because the stronger they start, the easier to make this work better becomes. So now, for instance, I'll just rotate this there, hit a keyframe. Then I'll make sure that this one is also rotated back to its position. And then I'll just push the leg where it should go, more or less. So you can see it goes there. And then the torso should actually be going down here, not up, because it's where the weight falls into the front leg. And so also because of that, we're gonna push her a little bit to the side and then rotate to that side. And because now the arms are in the world space, I don't need to counter animate them, like they don't go with the body. They kind of stay like pointing down, which is a little bit easier for me. And then I can just counter animate a little bit the torso, so she stays more or less straight. Keyframe there, keyframe there. I could be using auto keyframe. I'm just trying to be very precise at this point about what I want to key. And now, as you can see, bam, and then she does that, and then she pushes to the other side, opposite side. I'm just gonna key that there. And let's see how she's doing here. This should be rotated back, and her foot should be kind of going there, ready to plant in the next few frames. And so now I just need to grab those few controllers that I manipulated. Not that one there, and then that one there. I'm just going to copy, Ctrl+Shift+V, paste, and then copy the ones here, and Ctrl+Shift+V, paste.
Luciano.
And yeah, it's not great. It needs a lot more work, but in a matter of 10 minutes, more or less, besides the fact that it took me that time into getting started.
You are mesmerizing, Luciano.
We get something working.
Yes.
Right? So yeah, I'll just close it up. I'll probably do something either like much more stronger and in depth in a video on my YouTube channel, which I'll invite you to check out, because I'm talking about rigging and animation, mostly animation in Blender, and also I'll do some Maya stuff, because at the end of the day, I don't care. I just want to do animation. That I prefer Blender is another thing, but I just want to do animation. And yeah, where to find me? You can find me basically everywhere. If you go to any Discord about animation, any chat room about animation, anima.to or whatever, I'm there. And yeah, this is a little bit of a compilation of personal work, besides one little dog that is from a video game that we did a couple of years ago. And thanks to SlideGo for the slides, for the nice slides. And yeah, that's it for today. Sorry, I thought the time was longer. I felt longer, but then I realized the time.
Honestly, I would listen to you for hours and hours, Luciano.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, you are mesmerizing. Now, thank you very much. Definitely we'll check out again your YouTube channel. But at the moment, yeah, it's time to move ahead to the next panelist.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Louis. Hi.
Hey.
Hiya. Thank you, Louis, for waiting. Whenever you are ready, please go ahead.
Cool, no problem. I kind of got into the last one, actually. I want to see more of that. But cool, I shall share my screen.
Thank you very much.
Cool, is that working for you?
Yeah, I see the power of Eevee for a small animation studio.
Cool. That is the title of the presentation I want to do today. My name is Louis Dumont. Thanks to Alex, Kevin and Michael and the rest of the crew for inviting me on to do this talk. I co-founded a small studio called Formation about 7 years ago. And I'd just like to talk about how Eevee recently particularly has become a bit of a lifesaver for us. So yeah, to go back, I started with started 7 years ago a studio called Formation with a guy called John Reedy. We originally came from ad agencies and digital agencies, and we thought we would break off and create our own kind of small production company that can still act like a kind of internal production company to these larger either production companies or agencies. And so kind of because we already knew what they wanted and stuff, so we felt like we're in a good position to do so. We produce lots of different things, lots of sort of interactive things, particularly because that's where I came from originally, doing interaction design with the whole .com boom stuff, but also linear animation. And we used a lot of Maya and Lightwave primarily, and After Effects and Flash and all that kind of stuff. The type of jobs we'd get as well would be vastly different from one brief to the next. Sometimes they would be like something as small as like little banner ads and stuff, and other times it'd be like full-blown VR projects or games on Facebook, or sometimes TV spots, those kind of things. So we had to really kind of be thinking on our feet. And at the time, because we were using things like Maya and Lightwave, we kind of had to restrict ourselves quite a bit to the type of projects we would do. And we would, I say we wouldn't overpromise, but we would, but we'd end up working, you know, super late or weekends to get these things done. It's just another quick project. So I started using Blender in 2018. Although I opened it in 2002 and then got incredibly scared and closed it down again, spending most of my time just sort of sliding open new windows and not understanding fully how to close them. And so just got frustrated and gave up. But ever since seeing, I guess it was the promotional material for Eevee initially that got me incredibly excited, because I'm like, oh, damn, you can produce these kind of real-time renders in the viewport without having to jump out to different game engines, or you're in the authoring environment and you don't have to leave it. That sounds fantastic. So I was forced to use Blender initially because of a job that required some real-time graphics for WebGL. So they're using the GLTF exporter from Blender, which was, I think there was one for Maya at the time, but the one for Blender was much more sort of feature rich, and it seemed a hell of a lot more stable. So yeah, I started to get into Blender, and then I realized that this was at 2.79 stage. I realized that it had GPU rendering, and this was fantastic. And this went a hell of a lot faster than the kind of CPU rendering we were doing in the past, particularly as we were sort of spending quite a bit on render farms and stuff. So yeah, that brings me on to the type of projects I want to talk about today. And they are all projects that I think would really not have been possible without Eevee. The first one being Electric Playbox. So about 7 years ago, we produced a project for Intel, which was this kind of, it was an installation, and it had these kind of video panel walls, and we had to produce animation for it. And we produced it in After Effects, and it nearly killed us. We had to upgrade all of the machines. There was no sort of immediate feedback to the animation, so you were kind of guessing on exports, and plus actually experiencing it there felt incredibly different as well, and we felt really restricted. The resolutions we had to produce were out of this world. So not long ago, a person through a friend came to me and asked if we could produce something similar. So this was a company called Electric Playbox, and they do these really cool kind of interactive rooms. And as you can see here, they mainly consist of 4 HD projectors, or slightly above HD projectors, that are mounted to the ceiling. And they project content across all 4 walls. And they wanted 3D intros for all of the little games and stuff that you'd be playing. Initially, I was incredibly scared, because we're talking about over 8,000 pixels across, and to produce that without things grinding to your knees, it was a hell of a task, and the time frame as well, I think. And for the initial one was like a couple of weeks. So before sort of getting to grips with Blender and Eevee, I'd just said, nah, this is too much, this is crazy. But now we have Eevee and we use it quite a lot. It became a fairly easy task. There were slip-ups. We had to do our best to integrate as much as possible into Eevee. So rather than sort of taking it out and compositing it in another program, which would just sort of add that extra cycle of time to it, we'd try and get everything in there. So you can see here with the face here, that's all sort of animated with transparent layers on top of each other within Eevee itself. We lent on volumetrics quite a lot as well, because it just looks nice. Other issues we came across with the wireframe rendering was things like, usually I jump to the wireframe modifier, but for some reason that just ground the viewport to a halt. So instead we had to basically use a way of resetting the UVs. So for each object we brought in, because we were bringing in London landmarks as well that were quite high polygon, we reset all of the UVs to 0 to 1, and then just used, I think you can see down in the bottom right, we just used like a cube with a white border in, it just mimics a wireframe kind of look, and that sped up the interface like crazy. Yeah, a lot of the stuff as well we produced initially in VR, which was very interesting. Some of the stuff here, like the spaceship, was sculpted, not sculpted, sorry, but modeled in well, what's the program called? Gravity Sketch. And that was super handy to give you the feeling of, you know, a large space immediately through a VR headset, in this case, an Oculus Rift, and brought that straight into Blender and didn't even really need to retopologize stuff because it was all sort of sub D stuff anyway. And yeah, that along with the new VR tools as well, which I think were introduced in Blender 2.83, has been a super handy way for just sort of prototyping what we were ultimately going to produce for these 4 large projector rooms, basically. We would also produce, we did like a whole, like a couple of weeks of just producing fun stuff as well. Let me just skip to that if I find it. Which was just putting together ideas that we thought, yeah, what would look cool? If you had a room full of you know, all walls full of visuals, what would be kind of cool in that kind of pod room situation? So these were produced in like a day or 2 maybe, and relied heavily on image textures and again volumetrics quite a lot, because that just seems to give you the feeling of depth without it necessarily having any depth, because you are, when you're in the room as well, you can shift left and right, and of course the camera doesn't, so you have to have this sort of not indistinct perspective, you know, so it doesn't feel like you're grounded in anything. And for rendering these, we're talking a couple of seconds a frame. Yes, we have to do it 4 times for each camera, for each wall, but ultimately it was so much faster than what we could have thought. And we did end up using the command line as well. So we have a few workstations with multiple GPUs in, and I kind of want to get a workstation with 4 GPUs in for particularly these kind of jobs, because you can just assign one scene to a GPU and, you know, and let it go. And then you are done. You're rendering stuff within a few hours, which is pretty amazing. Okay, the next project, this is one called Microsoft ARville. Originally, a company called Media Nerd approached us to create this concept for a learning platform for Microsoft products. This was to be produced for mobile phones of various specs. So I think the lowest spec phone was pretty rudimentary, so it had to be very, very low poly detail, low poly stuff. But it was all for WebGL, so it was an AR platform online, and it was platform or sort of phone agnostic, so it could be iOS or, you know, through your browser if you had a camera hooked up to it, so it would work anywhere. And producing things again for this was super easy, as I'm sure a lot of you know, with game assets, because you can preview kind of how it's going to look. And with PBR rendering happening, being fairly synonymous between all these different platforms, what you see in Eevee's viewport is kind of what you're going to get in the game engine. And we did do further testing as well through Sketchfab, because they have their pretty awesome VR and AR tools. Not quite as slick as the one that was finally integrated into this one, but we didn't really have access to a build environment or anything like that. So it was great to be able to see pretty much what you're going to see for the final result. Any other points on that? Yeah, again, we used VR to mock stuff up as well. We used sort of tilt brush and medium and gravity sketch just to get a feel for the form and stuff. And that's why I'm super excited as well for this sort of further integration with VR and Blender. It seems really exciting. Okay, next project is nowhere near as exciting. It's a film that was shot to promote a medical company. So we've been experimenting with doing visual effects just completely through Eevee, even to some extent compositing things in the viewport instead of using the compositor. This is just a few tests that I thought I'd throw in as well. And that's all within Eevee, you know, match moved, everything within Blender and Eevee. So this project was, we were approached by a company called Grammar Film, and they do these really cool kind of documentary-based promotional things. And one of which was this one for a medical company. And they basically went and shot this whole film, and the company came back and said, oh, by the way, we have changed our logo. Can you change that on all of the clips you have with the current logo on? And they came to us and said, oh yeah, well, can you do this logo replacement stuff? And as you can see, if I can just rewind this, a lot of these logos are on boxes behind sort of cling film and various labels and packaging and stuff like that. And you know, it has the possibility to be a nightmare, particularly again because this was one of these super fast turnaround type jobs. But again, Eevee to the rescue. The kind of feedback, I think, let me just forward ahead. Yeah, so simple kind of modeling and stuff, but a lot of the kind of useful stuff was that immediate feedback you get through Eevee. So it became easier, instead of like going in and like, you know, masking out each logo and stuff like that. It just became easier to recreate these large chunks of the set or props in this case, packaging materials and stuff like that, to recreate it just completely in 3D. And bear in mind as well, these shots, they're going to be on screen for like a couple of seconds, if that. I'm just showing you some of the node setup stuff here. Pretty simple, just a few kind of noise procedurals to get that nice stretched look. And the only other one that they really didn't like was some of the machinery had bits of scratches and stuff all over it, and they wanted to remove those. So in much the same way we did the match moving and stuff in Blender, we just created a piece of geometry, mocked together an HDR that looked roughly similar to the surrounding environment that the metal would have picked up, and just replaced the whole thing. It became a hell of a lot easier. So going forward, I think we're going to be using Eevee as a renderer for more VFX stuff, particularly when it comes to little film jobs where they just want kind of clean up bits and bobs. It becomes super handy for that really fast turnaround stuff. And the final one is an animation I really like doing, which is for Google, and it's called the Indie Showcase, which basically highlights all of their kind of most successful or talented developers and the games they have produced for Google Play in any year. And this was originally a 2D illustration that we brought in the kind of base shapes via SVG into Blender and started setting up the scene. There was the character is called Mr. Blobby. No, sorry, Blobby, not Mr. Blobby. That's a different character. And he had certain brand guidelines to go with him. So there was this kind of highlight that needed to be just so, and we had to kind of devise a shader that would, again, it's simple things. It's sort of like using Fresnel to mask out some nice sort of specular highlights, but it had to, you know, look just right. And even then in Eevee, with the limits that are there, you know, it was still quite easy to put together. So everything else was through all the animation and stuff through Blender again. I think the rig was via Rigify, which had the advantage of the stretchy limbs, which this character being a sort of ever-changing yeah, you can see there, you know, he's sort of like stretching his limbs to pick things up and doing all these kind of things. Yeah, really fun to put together and really quick. And as you can see from the viewport, the feedback, again, it's really good. And I think it came to the last couple of days of the project where I was under the assumption that the deliverables were just an HD video file. The client said, "Oh, these are getting projected, you know, big for the event, so we're going to need 4K for that." And again, you know, a couple of years ago, that would have probably given me some sort of heart condition. But now with EV, each frame rendered in maybe 5 seconds, and the 4K stuff took 20 seconds a frame. And for what is ultimately like a minute, like a 60-second spot, you know, it's not that bad, really. Yeah, that's about it, really. Thanks for watching. If you do want to find out more, the company I work for is We Are Formation, weareformation.com. And my Twitter handle is @LouisDumont. So yeah, thanks for watching.
Thank you very much, Louis.
No problem.
I admire your flexibility and the fast response that you give to the customers or your clients. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think we've been over-promising stuff for a while now, but it seems to work out okay.
That's fantastic. Very nice. So thank you again. Let's see. I think it's time now for a bit of Q&A. If you have any questions, please do ask in the Q&A panel or on the YouTube chat. And I invite also Luciano, Cam, Michael, if you want to join.
Good. Can I start by saying I have had 2 questions asked me about Bob's work. Needless to say, pretty bloody obviously, I can't answer them. But if there are any other questions, what I will do is I'll gather them all together and I'll speak to him about it, and I'll get back probably in the recordings that are available later on.
That's fantastic. I have a question actually. Is that all Blender? I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But I will add that to the question. I mean, he does say that he uses Blender to facilitate some of his illustrative work. So I'm not quite sure how he goes from a Blender scene to what he calls an illustration. But yeah, the models certainly are all Blender.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, let's see. What other questions do we have? Okay, there is one for Luciano. Considering the amount of work gone into the character tools, do we need more work put into them, or does Blender need development elsewhere first?
Blender does need a lot of work, but it's more in the sort of ease of use of the animation tools more than features. There's a few features that we want to have, like animation layers, which will, for instance, the work of Louis, where he has like really fast turnarounds, like layers are something that will 100% improve that. Because if I have a character that's doing like a massive arm movement, and then suddenly you need to move that arm just down, the way you need to do it right now is basically change every single one of your keyframes to adjust that. If you add a layer and just put the one last keyframe down, then the rest kind of compensates. And so all of that work that would take easily 5 hours just becomes one keyframe and 30 seconds of work. And so most of the tools that we, like animators in general, are asking for development are more like quality of life, so we can actually do the work faster and get there quicker. And because animation is so time consuming, whatever you can do to make it shorter period of time to be able to iterate and make work. It's kind of like if you think about Eevee. The great thing about Eevee is not that the quality of the render is great, is that it's so fast that you can iterate, and get to a good quality really quickly, instead of like cycles that you need to wait hours and see your render and then hours again and so on, right? And so that's the things that are missing in Blender as animation. Because if you look at the films that they've done, like the Blender Studio and a lot of other films, good animation can be achieved. That's not a problem. The problem is how much effort you need to put in to be able to get to that quality.
Okay.
I hope that answers the question.
I think it does. Yeah. Okay, that question was from Garrett. So another question, it's again from Garrett, and it's for Louis, and says, what features would you like to see in Eevee?
I think the features I'd like to see are kind of already on the roadmap. There was the object motion blur, which I think is in there now for displacements as well. And it would be cool to have things like shadow catchers, reflection catchers, and stuff in Eevee, because we've done things in the past where we've, the workarounds by using the shader to RGB node, but having something more solid would be fantastic. Yeah, those are the main things, I think.
Okay, thank you. Then we have a question for Cam. Are you here? Yeah.
Muted.
Hi.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
yeah, have you heard about the bridge add-on for Blender to Unreal? And if you have, what are your thoughts on it?
I have heard of it. The last I checked, it was still in development. They hadn't released an official version yet, so I am awaiting that. There is a version that you can get on that somebody else has designed outside of Unreal, which I was using before, but it had some issues with, for me personally, with scaling and stuff. So I'm eagerly awaiting. Apparently on the 14th at the Unreal Fest, they're going to announce an update on that plugin. So the last I checked was a thread on the Unreal forums, and they hadn't developed any further. So hopefully they've achieved something, and we can see what that offers. As I'm using Datasmith at the minute, and that works for much of the stuff that I want, but for things like LODs and stuff, it's not doing that. So here's hoping that something better is coming, and I'm eagerly awaiting.
Thank you very much. Now, let's see what we have. Yeah, it's for Luis. I've been experimenting with headless distributed rendering in Amazon Web Services, but Eevee does not seem to support that yet. What is your approach to rendering Eevee projects for your clients?
At the moment, it's kind of really disorganized and sort of just spread out over computers if things need to go faster. I have my one computer at work has 3 GTX 1080 cards in, so via the command prompt in Windows, I'll fire off different scenes or different frame ranges for each card, and just hope it doesn't crash, which for the most time it doesn't, but sometimes it's just too much overhead. I have looked into a few online render options as well, but yeah, at the moment it doesn't feel like a lot of them support Eevee. I've hired a few servers before that use 1080 Ti's, and but the difference is not actually that big, so I haven't really done it that much. It's all been local since.
Okay.
Can I share a little trick there? If you, in Blender, if you go to your output panel and you untick the file, the override, and tick the placeholders, actually, yeah, and you render with several computers, for instance, to a Dropbox, and you can have your friends linking to the same Dropbox and just do those 2 little changes and point them all to the same folder, then Blender in each machine will create a placeholder for that file and start rendering. And so you can render the same scene but just different frames with different machines, kind of like if they were synced. Super easy to do, like a
Yeah, see, I knew that, but I don't do that for some reason. And the thing I've tended to do recently, because it does seem to be a hell of a lot faster, is to just render the viewport for some of the things we've been doing, where you don't really need that extra however many passes or whatever that you will have when you render via the Control F12. So we've just been rendering the viewport, and that is just flies through. That's obviously when we're very panicked. But yeah, placeholder. I've got to remember to use that for sure.
I haven't figured out why the render in the viewport is so much faster, because the settings are the same as far as
I think that would be actually, if going back to the previous question about features, if it could match the viewport render speed, that would be insane.
Great, thank you. Now, a question for Cam. Have you seen a change during your 13 years career in the use of open source in education?
I believe that Blender has actually always been there, and Kevin could probably vouch for that. I feel Blender has gotten more powerful. That's one of the key reasons why I've decided to embrace it, and it's become the additional features with every upgrade and the add-ons that are available for it now. It's been logical to introduce that, because whenever a student says, but can it do what Maya does, can it do what Cinema 4D does, I can turn around and say, yeah. So I feel that now they tried to introduce things like GIMP before, and especially in the current climate where we've had issues with licensing, they're looking at alternatives for After Effects and Premiere. I think that, yes, it has, because of the current climate that we're in, we've had issues with students using their own machines because they don't have the software licensed on their machines. So we've tried to set up virtual desktops and things like that, but our resources are limited compared to many students we have. And then we've had people like Adobe terminate the licenses several weeks before our term ends. They've now reinstated that, but obviously it's caused us a lot of friction over the last few months. So recently I've started looking at compositing tools and things like that in Blender and seeing if there's more things that it can replace effectively. Obviously people are reluctant to let go of their own workflow. If somebody spent years learning After Effects, or they've spent years learning Cinema 4D, they don't necessarily want to jump into something else. So although I'm an advocate of it, the learning curve is something that people might not necessarily want to tackle in the middle of the in the middle of the term or close to a deadline or something like that. But certainly the last few months has been interesting and has changed the way we're thinking about it. And I think there was a question on the YouTube channel about some of the other technicians at UAL. And our college seems to be very up for open source software, because obviously universities function like businesses now, and it costs them a lot less to have things like Blender running. So I can't see why anyone wouldn't want to embrace it. And I eagerly await the new releases and look at the features that are relevant to us. And it's really making a lot of sense to start making a switch. I just hope industry catches up as well, and some of the commercial renderers as well start becoming more readily available for Blender, and people, the students in the industries, might take some note.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. We have now another question for Luciano. So do you use the auto I key option in Blender?
Normally not, because that option, it works fairly well for simple rigs. When you have 2-3 bones or a simple hierarchy. Most of the rigs that you want to use when you're working in production, like a Rigify rig or a blend rig type rig, or like a more complex custom rig, usually when you try to use auto IK, it kind of fails, because it depends on how the hierarchy is built. And so basically the idea is that you grab however many bones they're linked on an FK way, and then you use it. You can select with the auto IK, and it works as if you were using an IK, but that depends on that the chain of the bones are connected directly one to the other one. And so when you're using more complex rigs, like the one that we were showing Rain, I was actually even testing if it worked there. When you start grabbing the arm and use the auto IK, it will break the arm. It will just snap it off of its controllers because of the way everything is connected. And so normally, no, I don't use auto IK. There's one little trick though. When rigging fingers, if I want to do a really simple finger rig, what I would do is put just 3 bones and then put an IK without a target on the top one. And what that will do is you'll be able to just bend each one of the controllers. But also if you grab that one, the one that has the IK with no target, you can move it as if it had an IK. And so it's great because you can use it to pose the bones, but then when it interpolates, when you just play the animation, it will act as an FK chain. So it's much faster to pose the bones, but then it acts as normal FK bones, which is almost like the auto IK behavior.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, there's another question from Kirk. From Kirk on YouTube channel. I think Cam has already answered here in the chat, but we'll get in contact with you.
Yes,
Kirk.
please, Kirk, I supplied my email address. If you want to have a discussion, I'm more than happy to answer it. I can't see why anyone would want to resist free software, as I said before, especially one which has got such a great community and has got so many features which replicate the sort of traditional 3D packages. So yeah, I'd be very welcome to have a conversation with you. Please do contact me.
Thank you very much. Then I think these are all the questions. I don't know if I missed any of the questions, but I think these are all. If anyone from the panelists have any other questions. That's it, it means. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for coming and being here. Well, now I think we have a short break, a coffee break, or like a 10-15 minutes break, and yeah, 15 minutes break, and we will be back with more talks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Robert. I think you are muted. If you try to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Good and
How
clear.
are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Perfect. Okay, so whenever you are ready to share your screen, if you need, I am going to stop my video. And
okay,
here you go.
So am I live now? I don't get to see, do I?
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
we are live. Yeah.
Yeah, well, just a quick introduction. This is probably something a bit different to the other videos you've been watching, the other presentations, because I've come to Blender from a slightly different direction. No formal training in graphics animation tools at all. I'm an engineer by trade and fell into Blender because it was a really good tool for answering a few of the questions I had about design. I'll share the screen and get started.
Sure.
Okay.
Perfect.
So the title is Modeling for Manufacturing, Heavy Industry and Hobbies, and I've used Blender for possibly 17 years now, and was using it extensively in my design role in heavy engineering. But we'll go through the slide and hopefully cover all of that. Right, so as an introduction, as I say, I was an engineer, been working in heavy industry and then moved on into management and design and other aspects of that. When I signed up to do a talk for the London user group, it was really a talk that I was going to talk about training and people learning Blender, because over the years, my experience I had in 2003, I just wanted to talk whether that had changed at all significantly, because I know Blender has, but I struggled at first, and it's sort of a pet topic of what can be done to make things easier for new users. But instead of that, Kevin had seen a feature that went on Blender Nation about an Austin Mini I'm rebuilding, and I used Blender in that to create a plan to be able to build a jig to turn the Mini upside down and do some work on it. But I'll put that to the end of the talk because it's not going to fill 25 minutes, and instead talk about the work I was doing in heavy architectural clayware and clay manufacturing. And I'll run through the process I used where Blender was used to do the visualization for an architect to win a job off him. And then that model was used to create the tooling a little bit later on in the process of producing the finished product. But we'll go through the slides and I'll talk about that. I'll finish off then with a very quick look at the Mini rotating jig, because it's only a small hobby project I'm doing at home. And I'll incorporate some of the thoughts I have on training as I go along. Just so you can see, that's the Mini rotating jig. I've got a bodywork stripped down and now to build the jig so I can turn it upside down, because I'm too old to lie under cars welding anymore. But the bulk of the talk is about architectural terracotta. And not many of you will have seen the sort of work that goes on with an architectural terracotta business. It's quite niche. That picture is the law courts, the Victoria Law Courts in Birmingham. And it was quite a popular time around 1886. This was built, and around that era, there was lots of buildings going up over 100, 200 years ago. Buildings like the Natural History Museum and Parliament. Well, now they're becoming a little bit showing their age, mainly from lack of maintenance and needing repair. So when I was at Red Bank working as the technical manager, one of the more enjoyable jobs was working to do the repairs to architectural terracotta. And if you look closely, you'll see there's a tremendous amount of detail that goes in with artisan potters in the industry to recreate this sort of faience. But large areas of the building are just the the same product stacked up in lots of situations. And I'll go through a scenario of a hypothetical product rather than one that's built, because COVID-19 stopped me contacting the company to go and get some of the designs I'd done for them many years ago, as I'm not working there now. Just go back a minute. At the time, it was all paperwork. When I started engineering, there wasn't CAD available. Computers were basically mainframes, and sort of desktop computers weren't available. So my early learning was on drawing boards, trained as a machine tool engineer, and worked through various different roles in foundries, doing design of equipment, maintenance, and just management of engineering teams, before I moved to Red Bank in 1994 and took over their clay roof tile plant. A year later, I was moved to run their brick plant as both the engineer and production manager, which was a state-of-the-art plant making 3 million bricks a week. And I was doing alterations to improve the efficiency of the plant, and found a program called KeyCAD, which was an extremely cheap program bought from Asda, and that was my first foray into computer design. It's extremely basic, and I quickly moved on to AutoCAD Lite, but was doing layouts of machinery, exhaust ventilations, ducting work that helped improve the running of the factory. A couple of years after that, I got moved up to take over as technical manager to run all of the technical aspects of the company, which was quite a big job because they had over 5,000 different product lines. And a large part of that was supporting standards, as well as doing the design of tooling and machinery for making new products and new product design. With AutoCAD, it was okay, but I'd kept links with the machine tool industry and used to go to the shows, and I'd been watching 3D CAD sort of develop, and bought a seat of SolidWorks. 3D really improved the efficiency. From when I moved into the technical department, they were still using drawing boards for all the machinery tooling and paper, and I could do an extrusion die in a day that would have taken a week and a half to 2 weeks on paper. So it was a real advance and move forward for the company. But I became frustrated to a degree with SolidWorks. I trained to become an advanced user, but doing the type of faience terracotta for specials and that type of surfacing was almost impossible. I was looking around for an alternative. And I was fortunate, it was around the time when Blender was just released as open source, and I think my first version was 2.27. That opened the doors for me in the sense that I could do visualizations. But first of all, when I downloaded the program, I looked at the screen and spent 3 evenings rotating the default cube. Hadn't got a clue what mesh modeling was. It was completely different to any form of 3D CAD modeling, and it was quite frustrating, but I persevered. And after 3 days, I accidentally hit the tab key and found edit mode, and was looking at different tutorials, and gradually built up a bit of a knowledge of using it. But it wasn't that organized a learning process for me at that stage. And then Blender 2.3 came out, and I stumbled on the 2.3 guide, which I still own and I still refer to occasionally, which opened my eyes up to mesh modeling a lot more. That really allowed me to start visualizing the products, but it was still using the usual Blender way of just roughly shaping a model to look like the products that we made. And then at some point, I realized that you can actually place the vertices within Blender with submicron accuracy. It was the real light bulb moment, because I could then apply some of the CAD techniques of like parametric solid modeling. You sketch on a plane, you constrain the sketch, and then you either extrude it or cut that sketch away from other parts of the model. And that principle carried over to mesh modeling, but you didn't have a plane, you just had the viewport, and you set the plane with the level of the cursor back from the screen of the viewport. But it meant you could build dimensionally accurate models that were far more accurate than any machine at the time could make. You were sub-micron accuracy with the placement of all the vertices in the model, as long as you didn't use this subsurface subdivision surface modifier, which distorted the surface away from the vertices. The models were really accurate. A typical CNC machine at the time was working to plus or minus 3 microns. Blender could go to a fraction of that in actually creating the model. And today's plastic filament extruder printers are extruding to plus or minus 0.2 of an inch, 200 microns. So again, the models can be far more accurate than you can actually produce them as an actual product that comes out afterward. So the principle of applying the sketch on a plane extruding and became reasonably easy for me to do, coming from a CAD background and understanding Cartesian coordinates and things more associated with CAD than artistic 3D modeling. So I applied those to Blender, and the visualizations of the models now done accurately were starting to win jobs with engineers and what have you. So on the back of what I'd learned and taught myself about applying CAD to it, I wrote the Precision Modeling Guide. That was back in 2007, which I gave away freely from a website. It was received and extremely popular. It got shared on social media, and I think a day after I put it online, the server I was using for my website got took down. It was a shared server, and the company thought they was under a denial of service attack. There was that many downloads. It took that server down, and I'd got the company's websites running alongside mine. It took the server down for 3 days. Luckily, they didn't throw me off, but I had to move the Precision Modeling Guide to another host so I could at least keep my website going. The sort of products I've been making when I was at Red Bank and where Blender was extremely influential was chimney systems and cladding systems initially. And these are some of the works done in Blender. The cover of the terracotta is a photograph, but nearly all the visualizations inside come out of Blender. All of the visualizations for the chimney systems, the designing of the chimney systems were done in Blender, and that design was only transferred to SolidWorks to get a paper dimension drawing out so we could make the production tooling. Everything else was done in Blender. But the thing I was most interested in, as we spoke at the beginning, was architectural terracotta. This is just a hypothetical scenario. We've done this on the works and some of the products. If I go back to the other side, Red Bank was bought out by Forterra Building Products, who have agreed for me to use the slides of their brochures. But they also do the architectural terracotta catalogues and various others. So this scenario is basically where an architect had contacted us and wanted to have some coping stones made, and I've just used the idea of a hotel balcony. So you'd have multiple balconies around, and the shape of the coping stone I've kept fairly simple, just to go through the process of what was done in the design. But because we've now got Blender rather than SolidWorks, which was a lot more difficult for some of the more complicated specials that we do, it meant we could send back a visualization to the architect. Normally the salesman would go back to the architect, plug in 50 kilos or 25 kilos of a terracotta block of something that was roughly similar to what the architect wanted, and hopefully he'd come back and say we were competent enough as a company to make the product. So for the salesman to be able to take a full visualization, this is just a very simple representation of the sort of things we were doing, but we'd go into a lot more detail, meant they're almost certain to win the job. Again, simple design as a Blender model. It's just an extrusion of a cutaway through the product. The process to make it with extrusion, you're probably all very familiar with, because as children, most of you will have hopefully played with Play-Doh and a Play-Doh extruder. The only difference is I was working in probably one of the biggest Play-Doh fun factories in the country. And again, because I haven't been able to have time to go around the factory, which has been shut, and go and take photographs of this type of machinery, I've just roughed out a quick view of the size, so you can get a scale of the equipment we were working with. And basically the process would be a conveyor feeds powdered clay into the top of the mixer, which mixed the powdered clay, added a little bit of water. It would go through a vacuum chamber and be extruded out, and the die would set the shape of whatever the product was. The mixers are double shafted mixers, and other uses for Blender. I've done simulations, not so much for this, but I've done simulations of smoke, how it's affected by different chimney terminals for the industry. But if I can just click on this, it's very easy to run simulations in Blender, as you all know, because you're all far more experienced and actually trained in the program, rather than hobbyists that have just got more and more advanced. But just to show the principle of what happens in the mixer, the paddle shafts churn up the clay, water sprayed onto it a little bit to dampen it up, and as it's going around, the two shafts mix the clay absolutely thoroughly. You've got blue balls dropping in one side, red on the other, but they're all completely mixed by the time they come out the other end and into the vacuum chamber, ready to be extruded. And all the magic of the process happens at the extruder end. And this is the sort of products that was made, hollow section bricks. Normal wire cut bricks would be extruded out as a long cut column and cut. But inside of that, it's just basically a large worm screw that pushes the clay through the tube. The die has a support mechanism to hold the cores, and it pushes it out the front. So we've already got the shape of the product that we've sent in the visualization to the architect. And one of the key points when you're doing any sort of design work for something that's going to be made and remanufactured, I found, was to mark the center of all of the circles and arcs. They can be refound with a little bit of maths or a little bit of jiggery with the face, extruding the faces along normals until you get the point where they all meet in the middle. But it's far easier if you actually mark the centers. And when you're rendering the product, if you mark the centers with just 5 vertices forming a cross, they don't actually show on the renders. Or if you just have a base model with that, it's an extremely useful tip for anybody looking to model actual products that will be manufactured. And building simple products like this was quite easy from a sort of CAD visualization perspective. It's not CAD, but it gives you the same accuracy. It's simply the placement of circles. You don't have to worry about arcs and arc lengths. You just place circles, marry them up with the specification of the architect's design, and then remove all the unwanted vertices and merge all the ends together. And you end up with a very accurate cross section of the product that's going to the architect. The only difference between the product and the extrusion die is the extrusion die needs the faces on the other side, and where the product is, it needs the holes. So it's very easy to go from one to the other. But if you're observing closely at the images, you'll have seen one further change. And that's with almost all manufacturing processes. There's a shrinkage factor. If you're working on clay, the shrinkage is quite high, so the finished product that comes out of the kiln has to lose a lot of moisture, and in that all the particles pull closer together, and it can be between 8 and 12%. So that marking the centers means that you've not just got the product for the architect, you've got the center marks for the product for the manufacturing layout. So going from that to the drawing becomes a lot easier to mark out the vertices, the dimensions of what needs to go to the machine shop. And again, it was very easy. Back in the times, 10 years ago, there was a script called Caliper, which made dimensioning very easy. And it was very adaptable to change the shapes of the arrows, the sizes of everything. We've now got an add-on called Measure It, which helps, and it's being developed further as we go on. And some of the useful tools for designing and outputting a drawing are things that are in Blender at the moment. As a standard one is Precision Design Tools add-on, and there's a potential for that project, and I'm hoping it goes that way, to actually create a window which is the sort of paper view of the product that you're drawing, which would give you all the facilities you need to output drawings for production. The Measure It script gives you the chance to put the dimensions on, and there's another one called Measure It Arch, which is the architectural adaptation of that. Gives you even more functions of being able to place the dimensions on set sort of X, Y or XZ planes, so you line them up to be able to use them as an image. And then a few other tools I've always found useful are things like TinyCAD and loop tools. Things that are really worth looking into if you are looking at modeling with a degree of precision. And in the precision modeling guide that I mentioned earlier, there's the opportunity, or I'd wrote up a method of actually printing to scale the drawings that you produce in Blender. On that, things have changed recently, and it's much more. It's a completely different program to when I started, but the underlying mechanics of 3D haven't changed that much, but the interface and the tools have become so much more advanced. It meant a complete new learning curve for me to learn Blender 2.8, because I was illustrating all of the design documents and all of the technical manuals for the products I was producing. I decided, rather than leaving it with just the precision modeling guide, I'd write another guide for Blender 2.8. And I've recently launched or put on the market a book, Modeling Methods, Principles and Practice, which tries to give a structured approach to somebody coming to Blender so they can go through a process rather than rotating a cube for 3 days like I did. They can go through the process of actually having a structure that leads them through the various tools and techniques to do something physical on screen, and hopefully it's been received reasonably well. Moving on, so I'm running a little bit short of time. The mini project, just very quickly, that's the state of the mini when I received it. It was a friend of mine who'd had it sitting under a tree. I've done a number of projects rebuilding cars in the past, and this is the first one for about 15 years. Received it, but decided I'm just too old to lie underneath the car welding. So I decided to design a jig to turn the car upside down rather than me lying down. And looked online and found a plan, a basic plan of an Austin Mini that fitted my needs to do a rough model of the body shell. And it is extremely rough, but I was able to verify the accuracy of the model by going back to the mini body shell that I was stripping down and make sure all the measurement points that I needed to verify that the model would do what I wanted were correct within Blender's workspace. And the rotating jig was quite simple, just a tripod either end with a frame bolted to the Mini somewhere on its rotation point. And fortunately, when the Mini was originally built, they didn't have spraying equipment to paint them. So they built in the center of gravity a marker that they put jigs on in the factory. So it made it quite easy to pick up where I needed to set the jig to. And that's basically what I produced. Just to go back to the beginning of this, but this is it in action when it was built. my small workshop. And the Blender model made sure that everything would clear any supports that were put to hold the uprights in place. The noise you can hear is the amount of rust and particles. You can see them falling out at the end, but it's extremely useful for home projects. When you're doing things yourself, you don't need to output Blender to draw elaborate plans, but you can take sizes of all the, cutting lists of all the components. If I just go back to the drawing, cutting lists of all the components, and it does make little jobs that would be quite difficult to work out on paper very simple for you to transfer into actual physical parts that you're modeling. And just as a quick update, that's the stage I'm at. That was the floor as it was, and that's the first floor in place, and I'm just working on getting the metal work in now for the doorpost. That's it really for the presentation. Just a couple of, I'm running slightly over, but just a couple of minutes to finish off again on training. A few weeks back, just before I saw this talk coming up, a friend of mine who I work with occasionally had asked what I thought would be a good software for his 14-year-old daughter to learn 3D, to produce architectural illustrations and product illustrations. I went through a list of things like the usual SketchUps and what have you, but said I use Blender, and it's a really it's a massive tool, but it's really good for the job once you've got an understanding of how to use it. I saw him a couple of weeks after and asked him how he got on, and he came back with the answer, well, we loaded the program up and we spent an evening moving the 3D cube, closed the program, and he thought that was the end of it. So I'm going to give him some training, him and his daughter some training once the lockdown allows me to go around and do that. But I thought it was ironic that 17 years have passed, so many advances have passed, but a lot of users who get sort of in awe of what's being produced with Blender get frustrated within the first time of opening it and abandon it. And my sort of idea would be if the Blender Foundation could put a very simple wizard for new users, just that points to where the tools are that can drag things in object mode, and where the tab key is, because that's the key to get people to start to understand they can actually change a model. But it seemed really ironic that 17 years on, somebody was in exactly the same boat, even though there's been so many advancements. There's so much more literature on the internet, but actually getting people to go and look for that literature, you need to ignite the initial spark that they can actually do something in Blender. I don't know whether other people have got a similar view, and if their background to Blender comes from being totally unknowing of mesh modeling. But really, that's the end of my presentation. I'll unshare my screen, and
that was fantastic, Robert.
Thank you.
Oh, speechless.
It's a bit different to the other ones, I imagine.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. I will tell my daughter, because she likes the chimney pots, to watch the chimney pots.
Yeah.
Actually, these are done with Blender.
Probably 80% of the chimney pots you see around the country are made by the company I work with, and a lot of the newer designs to comply with the sort of gas safety standards and new safety standards were designed in Blender.
Would you imagine?
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. All right. Let's see. Please join later for the Q&A session. Also, please prepare your questions. Put your questions in the Q&A and in the YouTube chat for Robert. And we'll go ahead and see what's going on next. It's Kira Makohon. Kira, are you here?
Yes,
Hello.
I'm here. Hello.
Hi, Kira.
Hi, but something happened with my camera. I'm sorry for this.
It's not a problem, I think. I don't know. If you want to spend a little bit to fiddle around with to see if you are okay to go ahead without the camera. That's absolutely fine.
Yes, I'm okay. If I can share my screen.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm a little bit stressed because it's my first talk in English, big talk in English. So, can you please?
It's absolutely fine. So, tell me if you need any help.
I just lose a place where I can switch my screen on.
Okay, so it's if you just move a little bit on the Zoom webinar page, if you move a bit the mouse, you will see at the bottom row, there is a green button that says share screen.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm so, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm okay. Is it?
Perfect.
And
also, I think you have some options. We'll see if the audio plays, but should be. I think it's already set to play the audio from your desktop. If you have some video to play or whatever.
Yes, I have some video. I set my my options to share audio from my.
That's perfect.
Yes. So, do you see my screen?
Yes, I do. I saw a very cute kid.
Yes.
Well, good luck. I am here if you need me. I will just stop my video and mute myself, but we are all listening and are very excited.
Okay, I am very excited as well. First of all, a few words about me. My name is Kira Makahon, or Makahon, rather. I am Ukrainian. I am planetarian for almost 20 years. And I started in 2001 in Kiev Planetarium in Ukraine, which is biggest in Ukraine and one of the biggest in Europe. And I started as a photographer, but after time, I came to full dome production. Full dome is a format for planetariums. And at the moment, I'm with my friend, co-found a small, very small studio, which called Space Cinema Workshop. It's not like factory that we are doing large stuff, but a small workshop when we are experimenting with what we can do for our planetariums. I called my talk Kittens on a Sphere. First of all, I love this model from Blender Kit very much. I think everybody does. The second is that planetariums are about astronomy talks, and there are a lot of kittens, large kittens, I must say, in the sky. We have Leo constellation, Little Leo, Lynx, and so on. So lots of cats we have in the sky. And the last thing is that currently we are working on project which named Leo. And Leo is after the Leo, the constellation. And I will talk about this project a little later. But why the sphere? It's for the reason, because that's what we really do for planetariums. We are putting stuff on a sphere, not like this, like I put this kitten on the Earth, I think, but on the surface of the sphere, and we try to make the things looking as good as possible for those who are inside of a sphere. It may really sound weird, but it's the way as planetarium works. And to understand why this, I'll talk about planetariums more deeply. So here you see it's an interior of Kiev Planetarium. This huge thing is optical projector, which projects stars. And there's digital image on a background. And it represents all that we do in planetariums. We talk about astronomy in all different ways, for adults, for kids, for everybody. Nowadays, planetariums are sharing, working with larger scope of topics like geography, physics, and so on. And some planetariums are making art shows or musical shows, but the primary purpose is astronomy. And if we will think about astronomy from a geometrical point of view, I bet that the main shape which comes to mind is sphere, because stars and planets and large moons and dwarf planets, they all are nearly perfect spheres, at least, and when we look at them from far distance. So they are nearly perfect, which is, by the way, great for modeling. So we just do sphere and place some texture, and here we have planet or star or moon. And this is not only thing about astronomy and spheres. More than 2,000 years ago, ancient astronomers came up with the idea that the Earth is surrounded of the large sphere which holds the stars on it. We are in the middle and this sphere rotates. This is not true, of course. Now we know, thanks to all the space probes, that it's not true, there are no spheres, but we still use this abstraction of sphere surrounding Earth when we are talking about astronomical coordinates or about navigation. So we still use this abstraction. So no wonder when engineers came up with the idea to create something that can involve people into astronomy, that can amaze them, they used this abstraction. Now you can see it's the first ever public planetarium in Jena, Germany. It has dome to capture the projection. Dome is actually a dome screen. And this very clever machine, it's first ever star projector. It has tiny dots on it that are representing stars, and the stars are captured with this half dome screen, and this creates an amazing illusion of the star skies. I must say that even now, after almost 100 years, we still have this excitement when audience says, wow, when they first see the stars. And all this thanks to the half dome projection. It's highly immersive to our audience, but kind of pain for us. And I will explain why this a little later. So immersive. Here you see the room in modern planetarium audience, and they are really inside of an action. Action surrounds you, and you can turn your head and see what happens in the right, to the left, to the left, and above you. So audience love it. But when it's come to production, there are lots of strange and weird things that we face. Some people compare planetarium shows with VR experience, and they are right. But there are some differences, and in my opinion, planetariums are better. Why is this? Because when you came to planetarium, you do not need any other equipment except of this that is already installed in Planetarium. No headset, no phones, nothing. You just sit and relax. Then you can share your experience in Planetarium with your friends or family, while when you put on your headset, you are all alone with your feelings. And the last big difference is that the Planetarium shows have much more fewer age restrictions. Preparing for this talk, I read about Oculus Rift restrictions. They are recommended for the people that are older than 13 years. 13 years. But planetariums are welcome children from 5 years. Or some planetariums even accept children that are younger. And as we work on kids show, it's very important for me to share this experience with my audience. And the last but not the least, for the size of content, planetarium content is just a half size of VR content. So we have much fewer render time. I'm sorry. All planetariums are different, really. They are different in size, from small domes up to 2 meters in diameter to 30 meters. They all have different projection systems. They all have different dome tilt. You can see here dome is tilted a lot to give the audience more field of view. In Kiev Planetarium, when I was started, the tilt was 0 degrees. So it was primarily designed to show the right positions of stars on the sky. So planetariums are different and very different, but they all have three things in common. As I said, it's astronomy as a primary subject. The second is they all have dome, even if they do not have optical projection. And the third one is that all are in huge demand of content, especially for children. It's not only in Ukraine, it's the problem all around the world. And here is the scene when Blender can help and help a lot. Here is the screenshot from the survey of Charles Haydn Planetarium in Boston, which was last spring. They asked us a question, what render engine do we prefer for creating full dome content? And as you can see, Blender Cycles is the leader. I see it's not accidental. It has good reason. I cannot speak for everybody in planetarium community. We have more than 4,000 planetariums all around the world. We have lots of people who are producing content and lots of people who are working with Blender. I cannot speak for them all, but I can speak for myself why I choose Blender as my main production tool. So the first is Blender is perfect package packed with features like 3D modeling, animation, VFX, and even video editing. Wow, it's amazing. Second one is that nowadays Blender has special built-in camera, which is perfect for full dome production. This is fisheye equidistant camera in cycles, in Blender cycles. And we can preview some of our stuff in nearly real time. It's a big deal for us. The third thing, which is very important for me, is that Blender has amazing and sharing community, and it really matters because when I face any problem, first thing I am doing is I'm Googling, and in 80% of my troubles, I can find the answer or in Blender Stack Exchange or in some video tutorials or something. And there is even community for planetariums. It's not Blender community for planetariums. It's not quite active, but they share for free some very useful stuff. And this is so good for us, for planetarians. And the last, but not the least, it is free as a freedom, which is very important for planetariums, for all planetariums in the world. Yes, I'm sorry. So why it is important that it's free? Because most planetariums, most of these 4,000 planetariums are publicly funded. So their funds are not large, but all planetariums are highly costly in maintenance. And maybe you've noticed that the audience of most planetariums is from 20 to up to 100 or little more people per show screening. But show production is very expensive as well. So planetariums are happy to get something free. And as for me, I never faced that weird problem as many people in industry faces, that I have to convince my planetarium boss that free can be good. Because sometimes free is the only option from the one hand, and from another hand, we have lots of great astronomy stuff for free, for example, from Hubble Space Telescope, and they got used that we can get something for free. And I first met Blender when I tried, when digital system was installed into Kiev Planetarium. It was 2013, and we were in huge demand of content. Then I found this show, Space Shapes, by Odd Planetarium and Mr. Ron Proctor. It was free, and it was available for download. And I tried to render it for Kiev Planetarium. I must confess, at that time I didn't succeed. I have no idea about how to work with video editor in Blender, and that was a problem. But this show, as well as lots of other shows from Odd Planetarium that were made in Blender, were shared for free with the community. So once again, sharing community is the great plus for planetariums and for planetarians. For some reason, you cannot find these free shows on the Odd Planetarium site, but there are over internet. For example, like this. It's quite simple, but you can see it was made with Blender in 2010, I think. But why full-dome production is this expensive? The question is that we have huge frame size. Industry standard frame size is 4,000, even more pixels, and this is more than 8 times bigger than full HD. So render time increases dramatically, and render cost as well. Another problem is that the composition of the show of the frame is very specific. Here you can see the full dome frame, and now you can see how it will look like on a dome. The rim of this image will be the rim of the dome, and the audience will see this, and this will be about the knees, and this stuff will be behind you. And we need to practice to see how it will look like. We cannot preview it in real time. And the other problem is that in traditional flat screen production, we can use good images from free sources like this flat image from Pixabay. But when we just put it into our video editor on a frame, it will look like this. It will not look right. So to create good looking images, we have to process them, and we cannot just move them on the frame. For small images, we have this setup. This is an image. It should be tilted to look right, and to make it move over the screen, we use empty and rotate them like this. So we should know it, and this will look like this. Okay. And basically, we are trying to solve as we can the problem with content with my colleagues. And at the moment, we are working on the project with the name Leo, the Great Space Adventures. This is Leo. It's a spaceship, brave and talented. And we are lucky to get Ukrainian government support from Ukrainian Culture Fund to create script, teaser, and at the moment we got funding to create some parts of the show by from Ukrainian Culture Fund. And I'm going to show you the teaser. And I'm proud to say that we are it was accepted on the Brno Full Dome Festival to the work in progress section, but the festival itself was postponed because of lockdown. But this will be screened on festival next year. So now I'll start the teaser, and please tell me if the sound will not play.
Kira, I cannot hear the sound.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, not a problem.
Okay. Actually, I tried lots of time to turn it on, and everything went fine, except of live event.
Yeah, typical. I know how it is.
So Zoom. I'm so sorry.
That's absolutely fine, not a problem at all.
Okay, and Zoom and audio.
Yeah.
Speakers.
I think it's in the share options. When you hover at the top, you
This
have
one?
I cannot see it, unfortunately. It's not possible to see it. Well, it's only visible to you. It's like a pop-up at the top.
Okay, I see. Record. Right. Share computer sound once again. Let us try. Yes.
Yes, it works. Perfect.
Leo, you are go for launch. Copy that. Let's go see the stars. Initiating countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff!
Houston, we've got a problem. Zori, where are we?
It looks like our galaxy, the Milky Way. And there is the sun.
We did it! Great job! It's time to go home. Initiating descent.
Yes, that's it. Do I have any time to show some stuff, or I should end?
Yeah, 5 minutes. It's okay. Absolutely no problem.
Okay, so I hope you like this small teaser. We are still working on it, and some features of the show, just briefly. It will be like interactive show. We called it imitative interactivity, and the characters of the show will ask audience the questions. We will now react to these questions in real life, but we predict the answer, and the show will go on with this prediction. Like this. That's of course we want to make real interactivity, but the problem is that we are funded from Ukrainian Culture Fund, and most Ukrainian planetariums do not have any facility to play real interactive stuff. So we should make it movie. The second thing that the show will be modular. What is it? It is short stories. We call it models, telling about some astronomy subject and about some event in our characters' lives. And these small videos will become maybe combined into larger series to give the planetariums flexibility and ability to create their own shows based on their audience demands. It is very good, for example, for those planetariums who combine the show with live star presentations. And here's early concept of this starship. It changed a lot, I think. And I just want to share some other 3D models because we were lucky enough. We were lucky enough to involve real astronomer and 3D modeler to create astronomical models. She's a very talented girl, and here it is our Milky Way, or the Earth in details, or some small bodies, and they are not only beautiful, at least we think so, but they are really astronomically accurate, thanks to our great modeler Katrina. And here's just another star, our planets. We decided to create the show in semi-low poly style. First of all, because this reduces render time, and it's crucial. And it was a dream of my colleague to create something in low poly style, so we work with this. And I think that's it. I have lots of things to say, but I'm running out of time. So thank you a lot for your attention. We have some stuff described on our newly launched site, Space Workshop Space. And you always, if you have any questions, can contact me via Facebook. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kira. That's
Thank
fantastic.
you.
Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful stuff.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see what we have next. We have Mark Kingsnorth. It's going
Hello.
to... Hi, Mark.
Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, hello.
Hi. Nice to see you again.
I shall share my screen if I can. Hang on. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me okay as well?
I can. Yes,
trouble.
absolutely. I can hear you
Good.
well. Thank you.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay. Shall I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Just make this big. Okay. So, hi, my name's Mark Kingsnorth. Thank you to Blender London for having me. I'm going to talk today about my work in Blender. I've been developing add-ons for the last couple of years. I'm going to talk about some of my inspiration for those add-ons and how my time as a software engineer as well has helped me. So I'll get into that now. So, so very briefly about me. By day, I'm a software engineer. That's how I describe myself, at least. I've been developing software for about 20 years now. I've worked on Java systems, Unix, and then I've done some web applications in JavaScript. I've written a bit of Python, particularly in Blender, actually. I've been in the realm of things like data analysis and data visualization for sectors like banking and security. And when I was writing that, I thought, well, it definitely sounds more impressive than it actually probably is on a day-to-day basis. It can be a bit tedious at times. So by night, I've always been fascinated by computer graphics. I've been a CG enthusiast before that time as a software developer, and I have to say I've got into Blender in recent years, mainly with a sci-fi twist, and I'll go into first of all some of my childhood obsessions that led to this work. So for me, it all started with something called the Mutara Nebula, which is in a little known sci-fi series called Star Trek. It was in Star Trek 2. It was towards the end in the big battle between Kirk and Khan. And I remember, and I'm betraying my age a little here, I was probably about 6 or 7 at the time, looking at that effect of the nebula and thinking, how did they do that? How did they make that effect? And later on, I think I remember seeing a documentary where they actually they filled a massive tank with water and paint, and they mixed salt water and fresh water together, and that created all sorts of interesting cloud effects. And then they actually filmed that effect. And I dug out a link that describes it a bit more. I can share it later on if anybody's interested. But that was, I was just absolutely fascinated by how that effect was done. So I was quite young at the time, and looking back, it was quite a bit of an obsession. But I thought it was okay for a couple of years. And then I got into computer graphics, computer gaming on the Amiga. And I got, there was a particular game called Alien Breed. On the first level, they had this really cool spaceship, like fighter jet. And because it was only like a 2D top-down shooter, I could only see it from the top. And I kept thinking, like, how does that look from certain angles, you know? And like, I kind of, for the conference, I kind of recreated the sketch I remember making at the time, trying to work out techniques. You know, this was before I knew there were kind of orthographic projections and those sorts of things, to work out like what that ship might look like from the side. You know, and again, this was a bit of an obsession I had for a while, but I was okay until I kind of got into Star Trek even more. I was fascinated by some of the modeling work and the starships in those in Star Trek: The Next Generation. There was a model starship called the Nebula class starship, funnily enough. Which there weren't any diagrams I could find online at the time. I was probably in my teenage years at the time, so I kind of made my own. I found this on the internet. I don't think it's mine, but it was definitely something similar to that. I also got into this is when I got into 3D really. I found a program called True Space 2. Which some of you may remember. Again, I'm showing my age a bit as well, where I made this 3D model, and I can't find the 3D model anymore, I'm afraid. And I remember being quite impressed with it at the time, but it probably doesn't hold up to much scrutiny now. But that's how it started. But after that, I felt that I had to grow up a bit and look at getting a proper job. And a lot of the people I talked to at the time, I mean, you've got to remember this is kind of when CG and stuff was in its relative infancy. Things like Toy Story had just come out, and people really didn't sort of, you know, advise me to take a career path down this route. But what it had got me into is things like software engineering and using tools and things to develop websites. So I did a computer science degree, and I was a software engineer by day, but I did start taking night classes in 3D Studio Max to kind of get my modeling skills a bit better. And that's when I think I was in my 20s then. I started, like, you know, doing things for fan productions, making Starship models. And these are some of the ones that I made at the time. But I had a few, issues, as we might call it. It was a very time-consuming hobby to have, as I'm sure a lot of you know. So the first problem I remember having was there was one fan production I was working for, where the design of the spaceship kept going back and forth, and they were like, yeah, that looks great, but could we add more windows? And I was modeling the windows at the time. I was extruding them and things, and it would just take me forever to make these windows. And I'd add a few, they'd ask for more, and I'd have to, and it was taking me hours and hours and hours. And it was, I kept thinking, surely there must be a better way of doing this. And this was also extended to some of the detailing I'd add on the spaceships. A lot of the plating details would just take me forever. You know, modeling the overall shape would probably take me a few days, if that. But then adding all those little intricate details, those greebles, as some people call them, would just take forever. So So then I started getting into Blender a bit more a few years ago, and I was initially attracted by the volumetric effects I started seeing. I think they were sort of first being released in Blender a few years ago, and it kind of took me back to that kind of childhood obsession of how can I create like that cool nebula effect I saw in Star Trek, you know. And these are some of my early experiments that I've screenshotted here. You know, they were okay, but they were definitely closer than I'd ever realized. You know, I had this childhood dream of recreating the effect myself without a big tank. And you can see like the colors were very similar to the Mutara Nebula that I'd seen in Star Trek. And so I started like kind of trying to take that approach of like having like basic shapes like spheres and cubes and playing with the density controls to create those volumetric effects. So with Blender as well, I discovered the node system as well in cycles, that really interested me as well, because at the time I was quite obsessed by a lot of Photoshop tutorials that created a lot of impressive nebula effects. There was one tutorial I've checked, it's still around actually, it's on DeviantArt, I've got the link down there, that went through like a Photoshop 2D process of creating this nebula effect. And it was a really impressive effect, but you know, as you know, in Photoshop and GIMP, it has this concept of layers that you build on top of each other, and you overlay certain effects like screen effects and overlay effects to brighten parts of the picture and whatnot. The problem there obviously is that it's kind of, once you've done the effect, you can't kind of go back and tweak it. And I started thinking about what I'd seen in cycles, and I thought, well, you know, actually I could create perhaps a node system that's quite dynamic and can kind of change the effect rather quickly. So yeah, so the beauty of, I hope you can see that animation a little bit, that it was the node system allowed me to kind of put these layered effects on top of one another, but then tweak just little parameters in the noise or the scale of the noise, and just very quickly create all sorts of effects that I found impressive, that I dreamed of as a kid. So I was really happy with that. So being a software engineer, I kind of, I packaged this up into something as sort of as generally configurable as possible, and it became the nebula generator. And I put it on Blender Market. It became quite popular, certainly popular enough for me to invest more time in it to justify the time I was spending. And I also created a 3D version. So I'll just give you a quick demo of that now, if I can, if it will allow me. So can you see that okay? Hello?
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay. So the first version I developed was like a 2D version, and you can see the node group is a bit sophisticated, but it basically overlays lots of noise effects on top of each other, and by tweaking a few parameters, you can quickly change the effect. You can kind of do things like tweak the colors and pan around. And for me, that was just an amazing thing that I'd never been able to recreate before in all the other programs that I played with over the years. And then last year, when Eevee came about, I created a where is it? A 3D version, and this is an Eevee. And this, you can kind of see it's on the default cube here, and it kind of recreates that idea, I suppose, of having that sort of big water tank with different densities in it to give it different effects. And amazingly, it's a lot simpler than the 2D version in a way, in terms of all the nodes set up. So you can do things like, so you can move around, you can pan around the scene. It's a relatively low resolution at the moment. You can ramp that up a bit, but I won't try and break my computer while I'm demoing it. You can do things like change the scale of the effect, and you know, the colors and those sorts of things, and yeah, you know, so it's something that I just dreamt of doing for years, really. So I was really happy with that. So onto that kind of plating detailing on models. Again, I kept thinking, well, surely there's a way I can kind of speed this up. And with my software engineering background, I kept thinking, well, surely I can create a tool, maybe, you know, around speeding them. There's lots of like good tutorials as well online about kind of how to create these effects, but I found them quite time consuming. So I discovered the Blender Python API. And I didn't know a lot of Python at the time. It's worth saying, but coding is kind of like, you know, once you've learned one language, you can kind of apply it to a lot of different things. The syntax, as they call it, is a little different. The way they word things, and but it's something you can pick up once you've learned one thing. So yeah, so I created a tool. Again, I thought, well, you know, how would I want to use it? You know, and based on like face selections, I created this add-on that creates different plating effects. You can also add like little greeble type effects that they call, like the little detailing quite quickly, and sort of things that would have taken me forever previously. You know, Blender speeded up no end. So this became the plating generator. Very, very briefly, and also this brings me on to another subject. I'll show you a quick demo of a simple scene here. So you'll see that this is actually, although it's a traditional kind of operators, they call it in Blender, you can use it as a modeling tool. In the last 6 months, I added a feature where you can also use this in animation nodes for people who know that. So it's kind of like one of Blender's fledgling node type systems out there. It's more for animation, but I found it extensible enough that I could write some code in it. So here, so the tool here, so by just changing like a random seed value, you can kind of quickly cycle through sort of different effects. So if I go over to the donut, you can do things like change the heights and sort of get sort of really kind of, you know, interesting effects fairly quickly. This is where I've started exploring as well, this node system, or this kind of like procedural modeling workflow, where, because a lot of the requests I got from the users of the tool was like, could they kind of, you know, make it more interactive? So like, you know, not make it just what you apply the effect and then you walk away. So so that was the plating generator. I thought I'd just spend a few moments talking about some of the lessons learned that I got from putting my add-ons on Blender Market, because I'd never kind of done anything like that before. So the first thing I'd say, and a few life lessons as well, actually. So from Blender Market, I suppose I treated myself as like my first customer, and I was quite lucky that I suppose I was operating in a world that I was interested in, I was keen on. I kind of know how some of the tools would work, or how I'd like the tools to work. I kind of took it when used that as a starting point, I suppose. I'd also say kind of advertising is key, kind of unfortunately, really. I think not just in Blender, but in kind of all walks of life, you can create the most amazing thing. But like, if nobody knows about it, then nobody's going to be interested in it or download it. I probably spend about 40 to 50% of my time coding when I'm making an add-on, and probably the 50% of the time I'm doing documentation, I'm doing some videos, I'm tweeting about it and those sorts of things. So it kind of comes with the territory, really. I try and respond to customers as quickly as possible, because some people are on deadlines as well. So I always try and sort of, when an email comes through, I try to act on it at the outside. I try and act within at least a couple of days. I also kind of work hard to try and understand what people want, especially kind of your more critical users are actually some of the most valuable, because they'll, through talking to them, really understanding what they're after, I find come up with features that I never thought I would have done before. Definitely, as I said, spend time in documentation, and videos do speak 1,000 words. I can't emphasize that enough. So you can probably tell that I don't find this sort of thing the most natural thing to do, things like videos. I do find them the hardest bit of my work in this world. And that's why I've actually kind of recruited my wife recently, and if you listen to my YouTube channel, a lot of the videos are actually voiced over by my wife to save me some of the stresses. So briefly as well in life, there was a couple of quotes that came to mind. There's a quote, I think it's from a very grown-up author, but I actually found it from The Walking Dead, where they said, someday all this will be useful to you. So kind of going back to that software engineering thing, I kind of always struggled in my main career, like had this friction between this is a hobby and how can, and my sort of main career is software engineering. But what I've actually found is like all my experiences in software engineering that aren't really a hobby, I've actually applied to working in Blender and creating add-ons. So it's all been really useful to me that I've been able to apply that experience. And another kind of quote from Breaking Bad, from Walter White. I'm not saying like, to push drugs or anything, but, I think like, I did all this, having this enthusiasm has kind of pushed me along as well. I did it for me, as Heisenberg says, I felt good, and I felt, and I felt really alive. And I thought, a couple of years ago when I was trying to make this work a bit more, I realized that I was enjoying it. And that's an important part of your life. You got to do something you enjoy. So what next for Blender? So I think, as I mentioned before, things like nodes and proceduralism and non-destructive workflows, I think hopefully we're going to see a lot more of that. I've mentioned animation nodes, which is a freely available framework. There's things like Sawcar I've looked at, which is a great start, I think. I've heard lots of about everything nodes. I'm kind of watching some of the development tickets with anticipation there. I've done a bit of experiment myself with other tools like Houdini to kind of explore that procedural workflow more. I'm happy to talk about that in the Q&A if it comes up. Other things I've seen, like, so many of you have seen The Mandalorian. I watched some of the making of videos there, and I was fascinated by the LED screen technology they're using there, to, instead of green screens, to kind of so that the actors can kind of feel a lot more immersed in their environment. What that seems to be using is some real-time game rendering engines. So I think I'm interested in where Eevee might go in that space as well. I think that's going to be really interesting. A few personal pleas about Blender. I think like making the modifier API extensible. I've asked this before, and but like I think if that was like an extendable part that people could write Python plugins in, I think that would be really powerful to have that in that modifier stack in Blender. Because the one thing I kind of miss from 3D Studio Max is funnily enough the edit poly modifier. So you could kind of put editable steps in your modifier stack, so that you could kind of go back and forth through that. And I can't find the equivalent in Blender. I kind of miss that, but it's probably not worth paying 2,000 or so for. Any performance improvements on the Blender API, I mean, it's great, it's fast at the moment, but any making it faster would always be good. So, and I'll just show you on that procedural procedural topic, I'll just show you another add-on that I've developed. Well, it's actually a bundle of my existing add-ons. So a combination of mainly the shape generator, which generates lots of 3D random shapes, and the plating generator from earlier. And this is actually not released yet. This is kind of like an Eevee version of combining those two concepts, so that you can kind of quickly create random shapes, well, for me, they're kind of spaceship shapes, but I've left them as generic shapes, and you can kind of see, you know, in Eevee, there's lots of kind of plating effects that are going on here. You know, and I've put things like a lattice on it, so that you can do things like change the proportions really quickly. So you know, that sort of thing. I better wrap it up because I'm running out of time. So what next for me? So yeah, more tutorials. I think more tutorial videos on some of the tools I'm using and developing. I'm probably going to recruit my wife more and more to do those sorts of things. I want to do kind of more actual kind of end-to-end graphics. Definitely some more add-ons I've got ideas for. I've started some experimentation, as I mentioned, in tools like Houdini and Unity to kind of like see what's kind of around Blender in this space. Substance Painter as well. And that's all from me, really. So you can find me on Twitter. I tweet a lot about what I'm doing at any given time. I've got a YouTube channel, and of course I'm on Blender Market. You can see all the add-ons I've been developing on there. And that's me.
Thank you very much, Mark. Wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot. Your dedication, it's impressive.
It's a lot of hours.
A lot of hours and a lot of nights, I suppose.
Yes. Oh, yes.
What Mrs. Kingsnorth says about that?
Well, she's always been very patient and supportive, actually. So I think I must. She'll probably be listening to this later, so I better be careful. But she's always been supportive. That night class I mentioned, she supported me doing that. She's always kind of been patient with me when I've spent hours on things like the nebula effects and stuff, so I can't thank her enough, really, because I don't think I'd have devoted as much of the time as I could. And we've got 2 young children as well, so wow. So I'm not as much of a hermit as I was, but when I spend a few hours, she rarely complains, rarely.
That's fantastic. That's good. That's very good, actually. Well done. Okay, let's see. I think it's the Q&A session now, shortly. I don't know if other people wants to join. Kira, Robert, Andrew, if you want to, if you're around.
Yeah, I'll be about.
Yeah,
I'm here as well. I can't get the video working at the moment.
as long as we can hear you, it's fine. Yeah, here you are.
I'm back now.
Yeah.
Can you please try my video once again?
Yeah. Well, one sec. Let me see. Maybe it's Kira.
Yes.
Okay. Right now.
Yeah.
Oh, hello again. It works. So,
yeah.
Andrew, do you want to lead the questions? Q&A session?
Sure. Awesome.
Thank you.
So we had a question from Kirk on YouTube, a question for Robert. He asks, Robert, have you ever looked at using photogrammetry in any of your workflows?
Yes, it goes even further back than photogrammetry. It's 11 years since I've left Red Bank, and probably 3 years before that, I called in a favour with Cincinnati Millicron, which was the company I did my apprenticeship with, who I knew at the time had got an early 3M laser scanner. And we had a building block, a very decorative faience on it with scrolls and curves sent to us that had been smashed. It had been took out of the building for us to remodel. The process at the time was I would have drawn it out, scaled it up for the clay shrinkages on a paper. Then we've got sort of artisan craftsmen that would have remodeled it in clay, take a plaster mold off that, and then take production molds off the plaster mold so they could remanufacture it. And it was about a 14-week process. So I took the block to Cincinnati, who laser scanned it. And on the afternoon, they sent me the scan back, which I repaired in Blender, scaled up, sent it to them. And overnight, they machined out on one of their CNC machines a plastic model with the full production scale on it. So we took about 9 weeks out of the production process. I took it to the owners. We'd been bought out. At that point, we was no longer privately owned. I used to deal directly with the owners, and we'd been bought out by a multinational. Unfortunately, they were only interested in the clay for making much bigger brickworks. Instead of 3 million bricks a month, they wanted to make 3 million a week, and they wasn't putting any money into development, so they didn't do anything with it, which was one of my reasons I got disillusioned and left. But that was scanning the product. And then I've played with photogrammetry over the last couple of years, but because I'm not in that field anymore, I've got limited use for it. But yeah, I can see things opening up at the moment where I'll probably do more of that.
That's very cool. Very cool.
It was very early days with it's effectively reverse engineering the product and repairing it. And I know it was another chap who was the salesman at the time at Cincinnati. He actually took that process into engineering and using it for remanufacturing car components, but not using Blender, using SolidWorks from the scan mesh.
Awesome. We've got a question from Gareth, a question for Mark. He asks, would you prefer an API for the modifier stack, or the modifier stack moves to a nodes environment, maybe with an API?
Oh yeah, definitely the latter. Yeah, definitely like a nodes API with all the modifiers in it, and that you can do like an editing stage and you can chain the editing stages together. I think that would be sweet. Yeah, yeah. There are similar things I've played with in Houdini, but I think the modeling tools in Blender, combine that, I think that'll be amazing.
Awesome. I got a question from Kevin, a question for Kira. So Kevin asks, did COVID push VR forward in the astronomy world?
Yeah. Actually, yes, and lots of producers converted their full DOM to VR stuff and place it on YouTube. But as I say, it's good for adults, and you can see all these beautiful immersive effects when you're in headset. But when you're watching 3D, I'm sorry, 360 video on YouTube, it's not this immersive, I think. But yes, there are lots of planetarium shows in VR now.
Very cool.
Mm.
Kirk from YouTube has another question for Mark. He asks, can you talk a bit about animation nodes? You said they've been very interesting for you for your add-ons.
Yeah, I think so animation nodes, well, it's I suppose yeah, but as its name suggests, I think it was mainly developed for animation. So it was mainly about manipulating objects to be animated. But I was really kind of just trying to look for a way that I could answer the user's request to make something something that you could go back and change back and forth, and I couldn't find anything like it. So I think Sawcar was the closest at the time, but it didn't have a way of adding to it. So animation nodes was the closest thing I found, and it was well documented. It was easy to install. And also I could like do things like animate all the different 3D animated shapes, and I'm sure if I spent some time, I could create some effects that I personally hadn't seen before. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question.
Cool, thank you very much. We've got another question from Ian McGregor, and he asks a question from Robert. He says, when scaling up for shrinkage, did you scale uniformly or take into account different wall thicknesses?
It was a uniform scale because the internal shape of it is worked out depending on quite a black art and a lot of knowledge of how clay reacts during the manufacturing process. But you're scaling backwards, so it's a compound scale. You're not, if it shrinks 12%, you've got to scale up a lot more, about 13.5 for the production mold, because it's scaling back down 12%, if you understand that.
Cool. There's another question from Kirk, who asks, will there be a sharing of details regarding speakers and your add-ons and projects at some point? I guess probably might be easiest to find you guys on Twitter and social media for that sort of thing, maybe? Does anyone have any particular add-ons that they're interested in talking about at this point, or anything coming up on the horizon that's exciting anybody? Okay, no worries.
Well, no, I thought yeah, I mean, I'm adding new features to some existing ones at the moment, like plating generator and stuff. So there doesn't seem to be an end to the things I could add to things like plating generator. And so yeah, and kind of like some of the things I've been, as I say, I've been looking at Houdini the last couple of weeks. Some of the things I finally learn in Houdini, I kind of transfer into Blender a bit, and back and forth, I think, actually. So yeah, so new features on existing ones at the moment, I think.
Do you find many of those, Mark, of features that easily you can port from Houdini into Blender?
I think pretty in terms of capability, as in terms of what it can, what Houdini can do versus what Blender can
what
do.
Houdini can do and
Yeah,
Blender can.
I think coding wise, you can code if you can get it to work in Houdini, you can get it to work in Blender. I think it's just that because Houdini's main thing is that node's procedural modeling workflow. It's more tailored to that, but there's certainly nothing I've seen in Houdini where I think, well, I can't do that in Blender, if you know what I mean. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did. Yes. Also, do you expect that with everything nodes, that will make everything easier?
Yeah.
Like,
well,
or
yeah.
it's going to be the same stuff, the same thing like in Houdini. So will break all those let's say blockers that Blender had.
So I'm only really so I think if you Google, you can find some of the developer tickets that they're working to. All the I'm lurking there really, but all the discussions I'm seeing are quite encouraging. I think it's quite a big task. Knowing, coming from a software background, I think it's going to be quite an overhaul in the Blender code to make it work in that way. So we may be waiting a little bit of time for it. But I think Houdini is quite strong in some of the features it's developed over the years in the nodes that it's got. I imagine that if Blender had a similar functionality, then those features would come. So I think going back to like I was looking at there's something called find shortest paths in Houdini. I think animation nodes has something similar where it kind of like you can create like very cool tree sort of natural kind of lightning effects and things really well. And there's certainly looking through Blender API, there's nothing that would that stops you doing that in Blender. It probably just might take a bit more time, I must admit.
I understand. Yeah, thank you.
We have a question from Kevin. Kevin asks, Robert, where can we find your new book?
I've got it on my website, robertburkeillustration.co.uk. There's a link from the top menu. It's been on Blender Nation, and there's a post on Blender Artists Forum. But it's been sold on Gumroad on offer at the moment because of COVID-19. I thought I'd just bring the price down to the minimum I can really give. I'd have liked to give it free like the first book, but I'm now working the gig economy like many of you as a freelance, and it just helps with a little bit trickling in every now and then from the sale of the book.
Awesome. I can't see any other questions in the chat, so I'll use the opportunity to ask my own question. Kira, something you had said that was interesting was the interactive displays, the half dome displays. I was wondering, are there any of those in use at the moment? Is that like a thing that's been established, or is that like a new frontier for planetariums?
I know that some planetariums are developing interactive stuff. For example, in Bristol, they even develop their own tools for dome presentation for Unity. So yes, we are trying to make stuff like this, and there are some full dome games like platformers that are developing in USA, but at the moment, my colleagues and I, we are more in video production. But we want to make our show really interactive, and we work with one company to bring it to life.
Very cool. Very cool. I think that's all the questions so far, Alex. I can't see any more at the minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. Well, at this point, I think all the Blender London Day, it's getting to an end. So if any of the panelists want to join for a last session, any of you which are still online, to join, and just if you have any other questions, one for each other. I don't know, Michael. Hi again, Michael. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Garrett.
Hey. I have to say I don't have any more questions because, I'm an old guy and my brain is now totally and utterly bombarded with all the amazing stuff I've been listening to and watching.
Isn't it?
I'm sorry for being such a soggy wet weed, but that's the way it is. But anyway, other than to say, for all of you who are still there, bloody wonderful. Thank you so much. And really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, likewise. I see a question popping. Yeah.
Yeah, just the thing I was mentioning in the talk about training, whether anybody's got a view. I can get in a feel we lose an awful lot of people that come into the program that are overawed by the amount of videos that the Blender Foundation make and other people put online. Think it's absolutely fantastic, but they don't know what mesh modeling is. They open the program and get totally confused by what's in front of them because there's nothing on the splash screen when they open up to say, go here to find training. There's no wizard to say, click this button, and it'll come up to say, you're in object mode. Go to the panel on the left for the tools to move and things, then go to edit mode and you can change things. And I think it's extremely successful in how many programs are downloaded for Blender, but how many are actually retained and people take on what is quite a long, arduous task of learning the program.
Yeah, I agree, Robert. That reminded me when I first started getting into Blender. So I have a background as architectural model making and used Rhino, and I was like, oh yeah, Blender is a Dutch product. I need to try it. And then I was just looking for the classical tools that I normally use in Rhino, like draw a curve and extrude. But then, as everybody, a few years later, I came back. So maybe they can put that also in the splash screen. Like, okay, don't worry if you can only move the cube. We'll see you in 2 or 3 years, something like that.
I think a lot of open source projects suffer in the documentation and training area because it's, you know, a lot of the people who are very key to the project are often developers.
The 2 points.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's like me saying, you know, I really have to discipline myself on documentation. You know, I have to really go, right, I'm going to do this because once I've accomplished it in the code, I'm kind of like, oh, I can make it work. I've kind of like proved it to myself. I can make it work. So it is like a big hurdle, like doing that.
Yeah.
Doing the words and explaining, and you know. So.
And yeah, understanding that not actually everybody is at the same knowledge level as you are. Many people are expecting, yeah, you just do go into warp mode or speed, but they don't know how to go in warp speed. They don't know what buttons to press, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. But I suppose it's kind of proven. I think the popularity of Blender has gone up since it's had improvements in its user interface. So it kind of that investment has paid off, I think, by the sounds of it. But I have heard a lot of people say, and I think I was myself. I think you open it initially, and I think I probably opened it a number of years ago and went, oh, this looks a bit complicated, and closed it. And then a few years later, you can kind of come back to it and go, actually, it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how other people think. I personally find that my I can best assimilate with a combination of good tutorials and a good reference work. I don't think there is a good reference work around. There are plenty of really good tutorials.
Not read my book.
Are prepared to pay for them, but I'm not so sure about the reference work.
You've not read my book. It's structured in a way that I do a reference chapter about object mode, and then there's a structured tutorial that works through the book. So first of all, there's all the references about how to move, how to extrude in edit mode, and then you've got the first simple tutorial, and then that builds through the book following the reference, and you've always got the reference to refer back to then.
But sorry, Robert, I was probably asleep at the time. I thought your book referred to version 2.3. Have you got a more recent one?
Yeah, it's 2.8.
Okay, I'm your next customer.
So Robert, does that mean you're volunteering to build the reference manual for Blender? That's what it sounded like.
It's got a good reference on modeling because it's the modeling methods and principles book. And then I just follow the basics. There's 2 projects. One is a very simple, where you start with a cube and turn it into a simple house by just cutting and insetting windows. And then it works through later chapters, which are just introductories to materials. So you can then do a UV map and texture it. And the main one is a spiral staircase, a cast iron type Victorian spiral staircase. And you model that through the book and then animate a fly through with it.
Robert, is it E or paper?
Just PDF, unfortunately. It was 516 pages with nearly 1,000 illustrations in it.
Yeah, great.
So it was too expensive to get a printer to print it. And the format, I'd actually started it about 5 years ago, but then updated it as Blender 2. Everything to Blender 2.8 when I finally finished it. And the format isn't really suitable for black and white Kindles and things like that.
And color's too damn expensive.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, there is actually a question.
Of the book.
There is a question for Kira. Kira, it's from Ian McGregor. How does the interactive element of the show work? Do people vote for a branch in the history?
As I say, at the moment, we imitate interactivity. We ask questions, but we know what the answer will be. Like how many natural moons have the Earth? I believe everybody knows that it's one. Really? So, but we are working for real interactivity and for voting, so that people can vote 1, 2, 3, or 5 moons.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, at the moment we are founded by a Ukrainian organization, and the condition is that all Ukrainian planetariums can get our show for free, and will be available to show it for their audience, but they do not have anything to play something from created with Unity or something like this. So that's the point. We dream to do real voting.
Okay.
I also have a question for Kira. I asked you in the past already, Kira, if you have a half dome in your home, did you have a little bit of time to build that now, or is it on your wish list to have one at home?
It is on my wish list, but we are renting not very big house, and there's no much place for dome at the moment.
Thank you.
Because you said that the smallest is like 2 meters. Is that true? Yeah.
Yes, maybe 1.5, but yes.
So actually, you can have in one room, you can have a half dome theoretically.
Yes. The problem is that here, where I'm sitting, it's our living room, and my daughter prepares her homework all the time, and my husband works from here.
Yeah.
So we are all stick together, and I want to add for Kevin question a little about VR. Even we, at the moment, we are producing 2 parts of our show, and we will convert them to VR and put them on YouTube. It's a condition of our funding. So yes, we all go VR.
Great.
Yes. And for Mark, I am so thankful for your 2D Nebula node setup. I use it, and I found of it. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing to hear. I'd love to like see like a video of you projecting it on the
It's not for video at the moment. It's like for promotional images or something like this.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. That's really good to hear. I'm really glad. That makes me really pleased when I hear those sorts of things.
Yes. It's great for us, yes.
Great.
To have
that's
this.
really good. Really nice to hear.
So I have a question for Mark. I really like I think I bought 1 or 2 of your plugins, like the random shape generator.
Oh yeah.
What is your most successful plugin that people like the most on the Blender market?
So it's an add-on I haven't actually mentioned in the talk. It's the Curves to Mesh add-on. So I created that just basically because I'd always thought, oh, wouldn't it be? I hadn't done a lot of computer-aided design at all, and originally created that because I just thought, wouldn't it be really good if, like, for a bit more complex shapes, you could create some curves and then you can create a surface based on those curves, you know? And that was, so it started off really simple. It was just like, you know, well, if you create, you know, 4 curves in a, like a patch, then it would kind of do a grid fill, and, you know, there you go. And that seems to have grown in popularity. I haven't mentioned it because I'm trying to think what to do with it next, because a lot of people come from like Rhino backgrounds and areas like that, and you know, ask for a lot of kind of fully fledged CAD features in it. But I think it's going to be quite time consuming to do. So I'm trying to think of what should I do first, how should I do it, you know, because I've made it a bit, you know, I've improved it over time, so it will do more than just that kind of 4. It will do kind of more complex shapes like cars and stuff, but to make it like sort of things, you know, approaching industry standard, I'm going to have to sit in front of the keyboard for that for a bit. So that is the most popular one. That is definitely the most popular one, actually.
Extremely useful for doing faience terracotta.
It's great. But so I don't talk a lot about it because a lot of people go, does it do this? Does it do this? Does it do this? And I'm like, it doesn't do that yet, but I'm working on it. But yeah.
So Ian McGregor says, thank you, Alex, Michael, Kevin, and Andrew. Great webinar today. Thank you to all the speakers. I second that. I think it's time to go to the pub. What we are going to do. If only, I know. What we are going to do next, we're going to do a bit of editing, see how the recordings are coming out from this. I know YouTube, it's keeping it. We'll see if we can download from YouTube. Otherwise, also we are recording on from Zoom directly on the machines. Usually we can see it only when we end the Zoom webinar. So we'll see if the computer explodes or not, how big the files are, and what can we do with them. But we are going to put them in small chunks on the YouTube channel. Like each of the presentations will have its own video.
Yeah.
So will be easier for viewers to digest it.
Yeah, it will be great, really.
Yes. So I'm hoping that everything goes well. We both recorded, me and Kev, right? So should be everything all right. Let's see if there is anything else on YouTube for you guys. No, I think that's all. Well, it was a great London Blender Day. We'll try to do our meetups regularly, once a month, I hope. I haven't been able to be at the last one, but I heard you enjoyed it a lot. It was really good. So it's a really nice way to chat and distress a little bit, you know, talk about the things that we like with others. So anytime you are always welcome to join. Go to meetup.com there is the our group. It's over there, and follow us on. Follow us. Go on blenderlondon.org. Join the Slack from blenderlondon.org and keep in touch over there. We are a nice community, trying to help as much as possible when possible, and hopefully next one will be like in person. We'll give you more stuff to do. I want to thank again Kevin and Michael. Honestly, without you guys, I would not be able to go ahead with all this stuff. I would say it's all mostly on your hands. So you're doing a great job as always. Thank you for that. And also thank you to Andrew and Tom Paul. He's not here anymore, but thank you. Oh, here he is. Ah, you're hiding.
No, I've been listening.
Yeah. Thank you for all the help. And that's it, I think.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. Yes.
That's all right. Well,
It's been great.
Great moderation. It was.
Yes, you all done great.
Very well.
It's been an awesome day.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
awesome
you.
day. I will go and have a drink now.
Have a good one, guys.
See you, everyone.
See you.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.